Holy cow. Something I want you guys to read. And I should have copied it onto something so that I could read it to you. But if you go to Barry's channel, Travel America, there's a posting on there. And it says, Travel America at Kiwi in the Philippines. But this is like the same thing as Barry posting it. I call it his, if you want, intellectual property. But in that video, major threats, even threats to Gilda's life. And man, I'm telling you, this just gets better and better. Just gets better and better. Like I said, some people don't learn, but this thing has gotten to the point where, go read that so you understand it. And I'll give you time to go there. It's a long little monologue. And Barry's got it posted. Of course, I copied it, of course, because he'll try to take it down. But it wouldn't matter if he took it down at this point. But go read this thing if you haven't read it. If you have read it, let me know. And this thing is elevated to incredible proportions. But take a quick look over there and read it, then come back and comment on what you saw. I immediately copied that and also sent the copy over to the attorney's office. All this is going to be incorporated into, create a little rap sheet for this guy, for the judge to see. Now, it was not Barry's writings. He's not that intelligent to write. That's not his writing style and wordage and all that stuff. It sounded more like Brevis, something Brevis would write, or Don C. or someone like that. However, go take a look at that when you have a chance. I mean, try to do it right now for the sake of discussion. You know, it's really gotten to a point of being beyond ridiculous and actually being extremely serious. And when they start threatening Gilda, that's a whole nother story. But why don't you go over there and read this? And I'll give you some time. I should have just copied it onto my other phone to be able to read it. But go to Travel America and hit post. And I want you guys to go read that. Yeah, I mean, like, now, although that's not Barry's writings, he's not capable. He's not capable of that language. I mean, he's, the intent he's capable, but he's not capable of putting something like that together. I'm not living my life in fear. I can tell you that right now. I am not living my life in fear. That's not happening. Not in any form or way. However, I will acknowledge postings like this. And I will copy these postings and use it to my advantage. I will tell you that. Now, for whatever reason, Barry's got some supporters. I don't think anybody out there believes. Oh, and one of the funny things that was written in there. Oh, boy, dude, you're reading my mind, Joseph. I was just going to mention that. Barry's Superior YouTube channel. I was laughing at that one. That Barry has I'm jealous or something because Barry has a superior, you mean like, oh well, as far as being a content, oh well, Oh, it's like this. So you read it. Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. But nobody should write anything like that at all. I swear, if this was outside a court of law, you see, you gotta understand something. Barry is responsible, even if he didn't have the ability to write like that. He is responsible of what's on his channel, of what he posts. He's responsible to allow, well, he's the only one that could have posted it on his channel. So he took this that somebody wrote up, and I don't know where it says at Kiwi in the Philippines. So it's Travel America. At means this has been written to Kiwi in the Philippines or something. I don't know. How does that work? You read it all? Yeah. That don't make him look good. Maybe he wanted to express himself through somebody else's writings. You know, that could be through Brevis's writings. Brevis went to college, so he has the ability to write fairly well. And actually, anybody above Barry's level could put that together, but certainly not Barry. I didn't hesitate. I got up this morning and I read that. Immediately made, which I will use against him for sure. I mean, this is elevated to a point where you can't ignore this anymore. You know, you can't ignore this. It's still threats. If something happens to Barry, that's going to happen to you. And they're calling my girlfriend my partner in crime. Where's she my partner in crime? It may be something, I don't know the exact wording, so I got it in front of me. That somebody will do something to her too. I'm sorry, but that's got extreme. Yeah, it's in one word. Yeah. Which is suspicious because I'd like to know what your take on this. Who do you think actually wrote that? Now, when it starts to become threats to Gilda, it's all over. That's it. You know, maybe she'll do a case on him too. Well, I know one thing. He's not making the situation any better for himself. That's one thing I can definitely tell you. And by him posting that, he's just as guilty as actually writing it himself. I don't know if you understand some of the laws on here, how they work. Let's just call his channel, I don't know, call it his intellectual property or something. There's nothing intellectual about him at all, but let's call it his intellectual property. And by him posting that, that puts him at fault and guilty of actually writing that statement or being responsible for it, because you're taking that responsibility. You got a light on here. What's this light you got on under here? I'll see if I can pull this up on the other phone. I don't think I could. Now, see, on my other phone here, I have a problem. I have a problem getting anything from YouTube on my other phone for one reason. I don't know. I'm not sure. But, okay, put my glasses on here. Read these comments a little bit better. Who knows, but I don't think it was Barry himself. No, not on that writing. Barry's vocabulary is limited, yeah. The writing style is different, if you ask me, yeah, than him, yeah. Yeah. I want you guys to go read that if you haven't. Go to Barry's channel, and anything on there, just hit posts. and I want you to see this post. And I want you guys to copy it itself. I don't want this to get away. I copied it, but I want other people to actually possess this. Let me see something on here. I can't go to. Yeah, on my. Well, I got it copied, but I wanted to. Update your app. I don't know why it's asking me that. But I do have it. I do have it copied. Let's see. Yeah, this thing is kind of funky. Yeah, but I want my audience to read that. Go to Barry's channel and on the post and go read that. This has gotten to a point where I made a message to my lawyer. I said, you know what? This is going to stop right here and now. This is where I'm going to get a little demanding with my attorneys on something like this, because that shouldn't be allowable on there whatsoever. And if it's on his channel, he is responsible for the wordage on that. There's no doubt about that. It's his responsibility for posting that. It's almost to be the same as it's his own words that he's posting on his own channel. But the dumbbell doesn't realize. Now, when they start making threats against Gilda, then we've elevated to a whole nother position. This has really gotten carried away. I don't know, for a guy that wants his freedom, I just, I don't get it. I don't get it from a man that wants his freedom. Let's see. I want to try something here. If I could bring this up. No. Well, I mean, I have it copied, but I wanted to try to put on screen this. Okay. All right, as long as I got a copy of it here. Okay. Well, as long as I have it copied. You know, when things come to extremes like this, you know, that's where heads are going to fucking roll. Now, Brevis has been obviously the one that's been very supportive of Barry. And that's not Barry's writings. However, it becomes his property. And as such, could be used in the court of law. It is coming from very clearly his own channel. Big mistake. If they think they're actually supporting Barry by writing that, they're actually not helping him at all. Yeah. There are certain things you can ignore and there's certain things that you cannot ignore. Now, this has been ongoing. Okay, we got it. He's very dissatisfied with his position. I got it. But nobody's helping Barry by writing that up. But Barry, who could not ever write in that way, have the brains to do so, to put a sentence together, obviously allowed this statement on his channel. He obviously allowed that. And when he starts getting Gilda involved in this, okay, like my partner in crime, there is no crime on my part, and she's not my partner in crime. Oh, the writing style is not Barry, of course. He could never write like that. He barely, his usage of words is it's pretty obviously on third grade level. Well, I'm sure Barry's listening or something. Well, certainly Popeye's probably doing a simulcast. It's something that Don or Popeye or, not that I think they're intellects, Don or Popeye or certainly Brevis would write. I don't know what your opinion is on that, but it certainly was not Barry's writing at all. But, again, he put that on his posting under Travel America, and it can't be denied. He could erase it right now, but it's copied. And that's just going to go against him. So whoever was trying to express their hatred for me, and Barry allowing this posting, makes Barry just as guilty as writing it himself. I encourage anybody who's listening, go over to Barry's channel under posts and go read that rather long little monologue. Like I said, Barry, man, if there's any other situation, man, if it wasn't in court, well, you could finish my sentence. As I said, how I grew up in those days, there wouldn't be any court trials in something like this. That would be taken care of personally. Now, unfortunately, I'm living in another country. As far as getting physical with the guy, that wouldn't happen. But under any other circumstances, there wouldn't be a court case. As this guy has gone way beyond the limits of acceptability of any sort. But he posted it. That's all that matters, is that he posted it. Makes him just as guilty as writing it himself, which we all know he doesn't have the capability of doing. Dropping out of school at an early age, well, he's not going to have the ability to write like that. He's lucky. He can't even actually pronounce or spell my name, actually. How is he going to write something like that? But that wasn't his writing. There's that 13 number on here again. Oh, believe me, it's my testimony coming up in March. And I just wish it was a little sooner than that to have my turn to get on the witness stand and produce what I need to produce. So for the person who actually wrote that for Barry's sake. I could definitely tell you, you're not helping Barry. I don't see where he's helping Barry at all. Although the writing goes above Barry's ability to write such, it doesn't put Barry in a good position. And if that person is supposed to be so supportive of Barry by posting that, or Barry posting what they wrote, they're not actually helping Barry, they're actually putting him in a worse position. So it makes me wonder whether or not maybe they are actually very con and not pro against Barry, because that was not going to be helping Barry at all, I can tell you that. Where is my cup? Okay. So if you guys had a chance to read that, I'll definitely take comments on that. Yeah, I think it is maybe that time that I need to be that fly on the wall. Instead of doing shows, posting my opinions on anything, we'll let the court decide on that. But no, Barry would never have the capability of writing in that manner. But again, he bears the responsibility of that posting. That would be accepted in court. So whoever brainchild idea to think that was going to be helping Barry in any way, it will work against Barry. There's no question about that at all. Never ceases to amaze me, the hate out there with people. They talk about my crimes. Well, if I've done any crimes, I think I'd know about it, legally and every other way. But that's not being supportive of Barry by writing something like that. But then again, the idiot who cannot produce, let's just call it a monologue there, as he's noted in there too, actually, as a monologue, he does not have the capability of that writing ability, but still bears the responsibility of what he posted. Okay, well, I'm waiting for my tea. If you guys want to kind of hone in on this and put comment. Okay. Joseph says, I wonder why Barry's family could scrap up $2,500 in the last 22 months to bail him out. Well, it's because his family is not on his side. His family doesn't back him up. And neither does his girlfriend's family. That was actually a quoted statement from Barry himself when he was asked, the same question was asked from Barry. Why isn't his girlfriend's family backing him up? Well, he said that, I think his exact words were, they don't have my back on this. Well, there you go. For a family that supposedly loves him and would love to see him as a son-in-law. Really? I don't think so. Don't think so. Well, you can formulate your opinions on this. I'm just kicking back here. I'll read what you write on here in response to this. But I'll tell you what, Brevis is getting more and more involved in this, and I'm pretty sure he was behind the rice caper, as they call it. Brevis would do something like that. All because he was rejected for friendship. Isn't that amazing? Apparently he doesn't take very well to rejection. Apparently not. But for anybody to go to such lengths to help Barry out is just far beyond far beyond belief that anyone would ever support Barry. What I know is entirely wrong is that they have a personal vendetta against me. It's not that any one of these individuals really had such a quarrel with me to a point where they would support somebody like Barry. This is not your average, shall I say, your average cyber libel crime going on here. I will mention that. It's far above your average cyber libel court crime. This is not the minor league. This is the major leagues. This is the major leagues. Bad Joseph. Everybody has turned their back on Barry. Words are cheap. If my best friend contacted me and needed $2,500, boom, he's out of jail in a snap of a finger. Well, nobody wants to help him because they know he's guilty, but they want to make me look like the bad guy in all this. Nobody's helping him out because nobody believes in Barry and his lies, and nobody is siding with Barry in a legal way because they know he's wrong. They know he's a scumbag. Just give me a minute here. But yeah, I noticed that this morning. I went there, he had a posting. Remember, what's on your channel, you will tend to be responsible for example on this little monologue that was put on there. That becomes the responsibility of the channel owner. It's just a saying from Travel America at Kiwi in the Philippines. I'm not sure what that's all about. At Kiwi in the Philippines. Obviously, Barry did not write that. He doesn't have the capability. He's not a good orator. Oh, and I just love that one part. Barry's superior channel. He's a superior vlogger. Now, that was a funny one. He's a lot of things, but he's not a vlogger. He doesn't have the capability of having that entitlement as a vlogger. And what a vlogger actually, the definition really encompasses. He couldn't even talk like me, even what I just said 2 seconds ago. The word encompasses, anything like that. He doesn't have the intellectual ability to use such words. So obviously it's not Barry's writings, but again, he becomes responsible as the author, as the law would see it. Personally, I'm just really sick of even talking about this shit. I want this to end. And I want this to end very favorably in my position here, and I think it's going to. Like I said, I'm not going to be satisfied till he's in an orange jumpsuit and a judge gives him a sentence that's going to shock his ass. Hear him cry in the courtroom. But Your Honor, he's a pedophile, he's a pedophile. I can see him doing it, 'cause he's done stuff like that, actually, in a way. We used to joke about that at my show and other people too, you know. I could hear him now. But Your Honor, he's a pedophile. That's why he went to court for that. I would ought to give great assurances to the judge that, you know, this guy is guilty as fucking sin, as his other show is entitled. I have never seen anybody of that level of stupidity. I've been around a long time. I'm not in my teens anymore, and I've experienced a lot of people, a lot of situations. I've never experienced such incredible stupidity from one individual, never in my life, never in my life. Everything he's done on his show has been working against him, which makes me to believe that, I don't know, maybe in some way he just gave up and figured, well, you know, what do I got to lose? I'm going to just, you know, fire at Frank, you know, indiscriminately, just fire at him because I'm mad and I want to show that I'm mad and I'm going to call him every name in a book. But that doesn't work with me. But don't involve Gilda. That's the big mistake. That's not an allowable statement on there that to put on his channel. Because now it opens up a can of worms again. And this is where Gilda could put a complaint in on him now, if she so chooses. I'll read this to her later on when she gets up. I don't want to present her with a bunch of negativity once she just gets out of bed. But I will bring this up and I will read this to her. Boy, Barry, I don't know. Just when I thought you've proved your stupidity, you just never cease to amaze me. You take me by surprise again and make me realize that your psychology is so tremendously troubled, shall I say. Well, you guys can post some of your thoughts on this. I'm not going to repeat myself. Just go and read Barry's post on there, under posting. It's the only thing he's got on there. He's been doing a hit and run lately. I don't know if it has to do with restrictions over at the detention center or whatever. When in fact, he shouldn't even have his phone. There's no reason in the world he should even have his phone, period, or other paraphernalia. Laptops, Xboxes, ice makers, you go down the line. But I'll tell you what, the alternative is not going to be great for him because once he's taken away these privileges, it's going to be a whole different scenario for this guy. Yeah, at this point, I'm very confident as to where this is going. Excuse me. I'm happy to say that, actually. He's not going to get off with a slap on the wrist. Not at this point, I can tell you that. That's not going to happen. All he can do right now is voice his frustrations, and that's exactly what he's been doing on his show consistently. Voicing his frustrations. Like I said, I understand he's frustrated as hell, but he put himself in a position to allow himself to be so heavily frustrated about what's going on when he is the creator of his own frustration. Did you read the posting on there, Viking Son? No, Viking, that's for the judge to decide whether they want to could go beyond that. And whether or not, which of course isn't not that kind of money, he laughs and says, I'm not going to pay you a peso. You ain't going to get shit from me. Well, that still works out because if the judge orders such and you can't pay it, it just remains in jail somewhere until he can pay it off. If he can't pay it off, he just remains in jail. That's the beauty of all this. Poetry in motion. Well, there's obviously nobody going to give any big time money to him. Some people maybe don't mind giving him a few bucks here and there, but I don't think anybody believes in Barry that much that they want to help him out to that degree. I just don't see that happening. 32 strong here. But I'm encouraging everybody to go to see Barry's posting on there on his channel. Tell me who you think wrote that. When I start threatening Gilda, this elevates this to a whole nother level. Because in there is a threat to her. Calling her my partner in crime, that maybe she should be dead too or something on there. You did it. You really did it this time, Barry. Yes, Barry, and I know you didn't write that. You don't have the capability of such, but you posted it as if it was your own posting, and in a court of law, that's your responsibility. So whoever's trying to help Barry, you just hurt him. Gets better and better, doesn't it, folks? It seems that they were getting closer and closer, as someone mentioned, I think, to court dates and all that stuff. That there's a lot of intimidation going on to try to get me to drop the case against Barry, but I've already told my audience, I told Barry, that's never going to happen. And especially now, it's never going to happen. Well, I wasn't planning this on being a monologue, so while I'm waiting for my tea to cool off here, why don't you guys create a little bit of back and forth here. I don't want it to be a monologue. Viking Son says, keep him accountable for everything that he's done. Oh, I am. I absolutely am. You know I am. Without doubt. Okay. Looks like Popeye just started a, on schedule, Popeye just started a simulcast. How predictable is that? Hello, Robert. I guess it'll be a good evening to you, Robert. I can think of 3 people that have at least close to the capability of writing that. Patch 46 says, AI wrote it. I am surprised he figured out how to do that. Yeah, AI wrote it. Speaking of AI, I don't know how people think that's a great thing. Like news articles, you know, you can read them for real. If you ever go into Facebook feeds and so forth, and you go to see all these stories that, you know, people just write up. And they use AI in creating this stuff. I mean, you used to be able to read the newspaper and it was real, what you read. There's so much on the internet now that you can't take it as real. You can't take it as somebody reporting something that's real, and, you know, they'll embellish it with voices and other things that are sometimes very obvious to some people and not obvious to some. AI is not the greatest thing in the world that's ever happened, and they're pushing AI. I don't understand why they're pushing AI so much in the world, especially in the United States. You can't believe any of the stories on those feeds that you read anymore. They're all bullshit. Oh, yeah, a giant woman. She's like 10 foot tall. And it looks very good, you know. Very real. You can't believe anything on the internet anymore. It used to be good old days when reporters put out stories and stuff and you could believe it. There was no such thing as AI or anything related to that, CIG or whatever you call it. Pat says that, oh, AI wrote it. I'm surprised he figured out how to do that. Now, That's Barry. Barry doesn't. He's lucky he could even speak his own name, nevertheless, to write something out like that. You got to think, who's your haters out there the most? I mean, the real haters. That would be Brevis. Brevis is the one that has close contact with Barry, and seems to be, well, although he's a rascal, I don't believe he really supports Barry, but he wants to make it seem like he is to get Barry's confidence. Yeah, and to get on camera, Brevis. He's got to get that attention. That's Brevis. Who's the very people on here that are constants? That would be Don C, and that would be Brevis. Don C and Brevis and Popeye. Although Popeye is not that intellectual, actually, but he's certainly above the level of Barry. But he has the capability of writing that up. More so Don C, but also I bore the direction of Don C and Brevis. Not that I think they're big intellects, but they could use a little flowery language here and there. I have the capability of doing so. But no, Barry would not have that capability. Admittedly, dropping out of school at an early age. Okay, I'll let you guys talk for a little bit. So keep that in mind, Barry, although you thought that was very funny to post it, or somehow in your sick mind that it was advantageous to you, it's exactly the opposite. You're brain dead, dude. Absolutely fucking brain dead. It doesn't work for you, it works against you. Well, if Gilda was out of bed, I'd just use her phone and I'll just read it on there. But until she's out of bed, best thing you could do is go over to Barry's channel and under posts and just read what was written on there. Sorry, I'm a little preoccupied. I'm just letting you guys kind of hone in on this and write your thoughts and whatever. I'm not gonna just sit here and talk to myself. If you want to write something, I'll answer to it while I'm attending to something else. Oh, one other thing, Popeye. If I had to say who was the biggest coward on here, surprisingly, it wouldn't be Barry. It would be you. I think at the top of the list. Because you sit there in the comfort of your basement or living room, wherever you broadcast from, figuring how many thousands of miles separate us. Your protective environment. Again, how many times you went into hiding when somebody was getting close to being in Florida and had a threat to you. You went into hiding, dude. And I remember several times. You went into hiding. You're actually one of the biggest cowards actually on here, Robert. You are. You're a pipsqueak with a big mouth. Hiding in the shadows. Just preparing a little bit of cereal in here. Valentine's Day coming up here. What are you doing for your girlfriend there, Barry? How about you, Popeye? What are you doing for your girlfriend? Oh, I forgot, you don't have one. How many years now? I ain't count. Damn, we got a wet, blustery morning here on the island. It's not true. I think I'm his I think I'm his romantic interest. Something going on with that. How obsessed he is with me. Besides his right hand, yeah. Country Road. Popeye hasn't had a partner since around the time he lied about his wife's death. Talk about pathetic. Yeah, he did lie about his wife's death. She never died. She just left his sorry ass and found a gentleman to marry. Now, she has a successful little business going, selling food and whatnot. Oh, gee, I'm glad I had a little cereal left, enough to make a bowl, because I wasn't sure what I wanted to make this morning. A little early to eat, but that was quite an interesting posting on there, Barry. I don't know what they call that legally. Intellectual property, because he posted on his channel. But there's no intellect with Barry at all. Obviously, he didn't write that, but still, he did. Country Road says Popeye ran home to his mommy's house, still lives there to this day. Yeah, his mother, Jean. His mother, Jean. My Popeye isn't your mother's name, Jean. He inherited the house. He would never have been able to bought a house in Florida anyway. It's not a fancy house. I've seen a picture anyway. There's nothing, as they say, to write mom home about. But he doesn't have a mother to write home about. Good morning, sweetie. Could you do me a favor? I want to read something out. Can you go to Barry's channel and you want to hit where it says posts? And Barry posted something on there that he obviously couldn't write himself, but there's even a threat against you in there. So I want you to go to the channel, go to where it says posts. Country Road says in a few years it'll be Popeye's 40th anniversary of not visiting the Philippines. Weird, right? I think he's afraid to. He's made too many enemies out here. Did you find it yet?
This one at Kiwi.
Yeah, okay, here, good. I can read this now on her phone. Let me put this over here and I'll read it. Okay, this is what was posted on Barry's channel 12 hours ago. And it's like, basically Travel America to at Kiwi in the Philippines. 16 hours, edited. Frank, this monologue is proof positive that you are a bitter, twisted, and small-minded loser. You say your glory days were when the rat was arrested, meaning Barry, but it is you who is the rat. Whether or not you paid bribes to push the case forward, and proper, you got a comma, that's not Barry's writing, forward, is likely to never come out, comma, Barry wouldn't do that. But your assurances that you did not is the least reliable of assurances, self-serving at best, and likely just another one of your half-truths and lies. So you made so much fuss and bother that people finally took action and came down on Barry. the nemesis of your life, the competent and successful blogger that you never were, the competent and successful. I didn't know Barry was a competent and successful blogger. That's where the humor comes in, but it gets bad. You say that Barry made shows saying certain things, and then you claim you cannot be held accountable for things you have said because you hide like a little boy and snipe facelessly from the shadows. It's contradictory, Frank, that you get cover from that, but other people don't. Barry certainly doesn't have any outstanding charges for illegal abusive behavior with minors and judgments against him for that. No, that's you, Frank, isn't it you? And it's you who conveniently provided proof that you go around filming down little girls' clothing. Not Barry, but you, Frank. I'm laughing at you, Frank Battaglia, small-minded, no-life adulterer, bitter and twisted old man. Who does that sound, the writing sound like? Okay. Hypochondriac and decidedly, suspiciously behaving creep hanging around minor children. Your claim to have, this is long, your claim to have an achievement by venting your frustration at Barry's superior YouTube channel by getting personal vengeance through this saga is pretty jealousy, like the ugly, sick failure that you are. Me, I'm praying for the day that Jimmy files charges against you and Gilda. Her for adultery and you for concubinage, or whatever they charge the third infringing party with. That would surely peeve you immensely. I'm not, however, hoping that someone takes your threats against Barry's life seriously. And yes, we have seen and heard your threats against him. I fear that some deluded person will decide you are worth the time and effort to rub out. Clearly, from your lifestyle of hiding away, you also live in fear of that. But I think any truly vindictive vigilante looking to cause you pain might take a leaf from your small-minded behavior and wipe out your partner in crime. Here we go. Wipe out your partner in crime instead. That would surely pickle your juices, wouldn't it, Frank? Let's hope no one goes after either you or Gilda. In summary, you are the maggot on the shit. I think I know who wrote. You're a maggot on the shit that the dead rat squirted out as it's breathed its last breath. Lowest of the lowest losers and least creative seeker of vengeance we've ever seen. Not to mention your sad sack, piss-poor photos and your claims to be involved in other people's dramatic work. What a loser, Frank. Your glory moment worthless, just like the rest of your life. I'm beginning to think your mother abused you as a child. No one likes you, Frank Battaglia. This is show this to the judge. Very interesting. It sounds like Popeye, who's simulcasting this. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like Popeye. Because Popeye is the little coward in the background who records all this shit and voices out his opinion on just about everything when it comes to me. Because he figures he can't be touched, like he's the untouchable. And he's actually talked about that. I can say anything I want because I'm in the United States and you can't touch me. Now, what if that was the change, Popeye? Again, hate repeating myself, but there were several incidents in the past with somebody that did not like you, and there were many who were going to come over there to Florida and approach you, and you got off YouTube for quite a long period of time. How's your memory on that, Robert? How's your memory on that? At Pennywise. What Pennywise? It said at Kiwi in the Philippines. At Kiwi in the Philippines. Oh, okay, I see. That is I'm reading a posting on Barry's Travel America channel when it says post. And that's what's on there. That's where I'm reading it from. Now, as I said, if you just tuned in, if it's posted on your channel and it's Travel America at Kiwi in the Philippines, but it don't matter, it's directed to me, obviously. I don't know. I just really don't know the proper name for that. You call that his intellectual property. It was on his channel, posted on his channel by him, because he's the only one that can post on his own channel. Okay, so he basically took this statement from somebody else and posted it on there. And one would think that Brevis would be a proper culprit in this, because he works very closely together with Brevis. Brevis is the only one that's seemingly really, in his own sick way, supporting Barry. Yeah. Country Road says, Popeye is a coward. He likes surrounding himself with its sheep. He makes them all feel like they have friends in real life. One big circle jerk. Nah, none of these people have any true friends. I remember all these guys with Al and Popeye and all that. They were all at each other's throat at one point or another. I clearly remember that. Even Roberta, they were all at odds with each other. God, how many times did that happen? They were all at odds with each other. Oh, he is a coward. There's no question about it. Oh, yeah, he's simulcasting me right now. As usual. But I guess the point I'm trying to make, even if Barry did not write that himself, which he does not have the capability of writing that. Not that I think it's so intellectual, the writing. It's just above Barry's ability to write this, but it still puts the responsibility on him, as if he wrote it himself from his own channel, mind you now. It wasn't smart. Well, Barry figured he doesn't have that ability to write like that, so he figures, well, let me use this. Well, everybody knows that he does not have that ability of writing like that, but he'll certainly accept somebody else's writing and post it on there as if it's his own. Pretty sick, huh? Oh, believe me, I would love to have the opportunity to meet Popeye eye to eye. Oh, I'm not shitting you about that. I would love to have the opportunity. Or maybe, well, I'm not even going to finish that statement, actually. But Popeye has run away from a lot of people. He's a little old man. He's frustrated because are no longer on TV and has used YouTube as his new soap opera. And he lives for drama, which he finds on YouTube, which occupies a lot of his time. Because to tell you what, to put his little skits together, well, he's been reusing his old shit anyways. It becomes so boring. But it takes time to do that. And if he's got that much time on his hands, he's probably in the basement somewhere, and I don't think his daughter, who I believe lives there, whatsoever what he does. He's that creep that sits in the dark with the... You have to put his pictures on there, though. I've just been too late. Yeah, I've got pictures of Popeye. On, too. And the picture I have of Dawn is actually not a current photo, but even so, it's not current. I mean, he looks like he's about 80 years old. Popeye brain cells, actually. So, Barry, let me ask you a question. What did you feel that you accomplished by posting that on your... How do you feel that has helped you in any way? Oh, I know, voicing out. See, Barry doesn't have the capability of writing. Yeah, RR has moved on with their lives, yet Popeye is still around. One-trick pony. Yeah. A one-trick pony. There you go. Well said. Like I said, you know, in life you draw your own lines of what's acceptable and not. I can't tell you how anxious I am to get these court proceedings going. You have no idea. My turn for me to get on the witness stand. And boy, whatever I'm allowed to touch upon, well, of course, my attorney will ask me questions. Then his attorney, whatever he has, or maybe Barry himself will cross-examine me. Now that's something to put on video. That would be something to see. Boy, I know you guys would pay to see something like that. I know you would. There you go. But what he puts on his show is all his responsibility. But he's too stupid to comprehend this. He's just too stupid to comprehend it. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Not in the least. How does that help you, Barry? How does that help you, Barry? You're right, Jerry. I don't see how that helps him. Oh, I'll continue with the Seinfeld stuff because I love it, because that whole show was a reflection of real life with people and the stupidity of people, and how they presented it on the Seinfeld show was incredible. Even though the particular little spiel that I've been playing around with really had to do with Jim Carrey's little play up on Jerry Seinfeld. Can I bring that up? No, I can't bring that up on here. Where is it? Yeah, I gotta fix the little bugaboos on my second phone here. Let's see. I'm gonna try something here. No. I'm not speaking into the mic on here. Just simple Google something here. Okay. Impressions. Jerry Seinfeld. I got it. This is entitled Jim Carrey, Jerry Seinfeld in the Ghetto. I want you guys to look at this or listen to this. This is funny than shit. It's funny than shit. You ready for this? Oh, God. See, every fucking time. It's asking me to update my app. The update is available with new features, a faster experience, blah, blah. Okay, update. Okay, and trying to get me to pay for this shit. Yeah, I told you, I got some bugaboos on this phone that I haven't straightened out. I don't know why I couldn't, but hey, here's what you got to do. Just look under, and please do this for me, because I think you're going to have your own laugh. Just punch in on Google. That's all you need to do. Jim Carrey's impression of Jerry Seinfeld. It's entitled "In the Ghetto." And when you get a chance to see that, come back and tell me if you thought that's not the funniest thing you've seen in a long time. Country Road says Barry's fans that egg him on don't realize they make his situation so much worse. Well, that's what I've been saying all along. Exactly. It's called In the Ghetto. Jim Carrey in the Ghetto. Try punching that in and see what you come up with. It's rather good. won't allow me to bring it up on here. I pushed this a lot with the Jerry Seinfeld thing because the one thing about the Seinfeld show, it was really a reflection of life. It's life imitating art, or art imitating life, according how you want to really look at it. And Seinfeld had that ability. Well, he wrote, along with David, wrote a lot of these episodes with Larry David. And I must say that Seinfeld is probably the funniest show I've ever seen on TV. It's too bad they can't do any more contemporary, modern day version of the Seinfeld show. I still think people would take to it. Their lives after jail, their lives as where they are today, and what transpired, like did Jerry ever get married, and what happened with Kramer? Did Elaine ever get married? What happened with George? Did he ever find a perfect woman that didn't mind how neurotic he was? And that would be an excellent series if they could continue something like that. In my opinion, anyway. You got to be a Seinfeld fan to appreciate. I used to look forward to all those shows. And I used to watch all their repeats too, but can't find it on here. But I suppose if I punched it in on YouTube or something, I don't know. Do you realize that Seinfeld makes $60 million a year just from all the reruns and all the residuals? $60 million without doing anything at all. I mean, without lifting his finger. And that doesn't account for any other possible stand-ups that he might still be doing or any other ventures he's involved with. $60 million a year for doing nothing. Ain't that amazing? And there's a lot of stars that maybe are not doing much material because they don't have to. That if you had a successful TV show or something, that they're living, let's call it the coattails of their success in the past, they're living off these residuals, that they don't have to work. Michael Richards, which is Kramer, he had that incident when he was doing a stand-up and, I don't know, made a racist comment or something to that effect. But Michael Richards is not hurting at all. He makes money from the residuals. He doesn't have to work. So even though a lot of these actors love to get a good movie role and they can make a one-time shot on that, unless, I don't know, it's sold to Netflix or something, and maybe they can make something on that too. But generally, I think a lot of these actors make a lot of money from TV shows that became very successful and were syndicated. And if they were syndicated, they're making money off the residuals. What's that one show with the nerds? One of the dudes is in jail now for, I don't know, raping women or something. Danny, what's his name? It's very lucrative business if you can become successful in there. It can be so lucrative that you don't have to do another day of acting in your life if you had just one successful television show. And to live off the residuals on there, that's pretty incredible stuff. Although it seems better under their belt if they actually been doing a lot of movies. You know, you get a one-time payment on that. But I believe if the movies are used, such as bought by Netflix or something, that I think there might be other money involved in there. I don't know all the technicalities of that, and don't pretend to, but I think it would be. Country Road, the one show with the nerds. You mean a Popeye live stream? Yeah. Well, I may not maybe remember the name of a show because maybe I didn't watch it very often. It becomes just, distant in my memory because, these guys are all fucking scientists and shit. And what the hell's the name of that damn show? And Danny, what do you call the actor? Now he's in jail now because he, I don't know, accused of raping women and some shit like that. You know, the same character that played, you know, on the 70s show, whose life is now totally ruined and probably now broke because of all the money he had to put out for attorneys and so forth. Danny Masterson, or Master John, Danny Masterson. And he played on the 70s show. Then later on, I'm trying to think the name of the title of that show. I know all the characters in there, but I forgot the name of the show. And believe it or not, some of the characters there are quite intellectual. The chick who plays in this show, and she has a name that most people don't remember. Maliam, I can't even pronounce her name. She actually is into brain science or something like that. She actually is a scientist. I mean, amazing, but true. Big Bang Theory, thank you very much. Big Bang Theory. The people on that show have made buku bucks. Buku bucks. And also the cast of the Friends show. The show called Friends. The one actor did die, but Jennifer Aniston and the rest of them, they're making buku money from the residuals on there. Nah, I never really watched Big Bang Theory in any regularity at all. I've seen their, you know, repeats. I never really watched it while it was in its prime on TV, but I've seen numerous shows later on. Yeah, Big Bang Theory. They're rolling in cash. So there you go. You have one successful TV show that gets syndicated, and you're in like Flynn. They don't have to work a day in their life if they don't want to. They don't need to. It'd be great to be in that position, that big of a position. But some people will settle for just doing a YouTube channel where they get on and they simulcast somebody and they get their jollies from there. That's their success. Or lack of, better put, lack of success. Oh, I forgot I got this fresh bread that was brought over yesterday. It's not the rye bread I wanted, but I don't know if I'll ever get that again. But a friend of my girlfriend said she didn't give us it. We bought it from them, but they came over and had the bread. They know that I bought it from them last time. They decided to make a batch of that to sell and came over, and it's about 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesus Christ, how many loaves? 1, 2, I don't know, about 5 loaves of that. So I gave one to my neighbor. You can't eat all that bread. It's not good to eat it anyway, that much. But fresh bread out of the oven, I mean, there's nothing better than that. And some people live on bread. They're that impoverished. I mean, even a fresh piece of bread, even with no butter, is sustenance, no matter how you look at it. It's just the way rice is to 75% of the world. Rice is gold. But anyway, I've read what was written on Barry's channel there. It's all your responsibility, Barry. You take on responsibility for that statement on there. I don't understand where it was directed at Kiwi in the Philippines. I'm a little uncertain about what that's all about. But nevertheless, it was posted on his channel. That's all that matters. I don't know where the statement came from that he decided to repost. It was obviously very directed to me and even Gilda. The expression, Barry, you know, when it rains, it pours. In your case, there's a storm. Torrential rains, in your case. And I'll take opinions as to who you guys think actually wrote that. What is your opinion? The language, the writing. What is your opinion as to who actually wrote that? And be honest. Tell me what you think. Well, we know Barry didn't write that. But nevertheless, he didn't have to write that. He posted it on his channel as if he did. What do you have to say to that, Barry? Are you that much into self-punishment? You should be in a Guinness Book of Records for the person who inflicts the most self-punishment on himself, if there was such a category. Because you're doing a bang-up job of that. All right, I have to figure out how to fix my other phone here. I don't understand what updating. It says update, okay. And it brings you to Google Play. Don't get why it's doing this. Install on more devices. View details. I don't know. I can't figure it out. The kids have more brain cells than I do in regards to all this technical shit. They were born into this, you know. Okay, video player apps to watch. Fuck, pretty incredible. Yeah, I just can't bring that up. Oh, what is that? Rice?
Biko.
Oh, that's Biko. I don't really get into. I don't get into Biko. Biko, can you say Biko? Biko. Okay, how do we do this? Biko. There we go. Biko. Have you guys ever tasted that? So that's basically rice with sugar and
Coconut milk.
coconut milk. Yeah. Of course I've tasted it, but it's not for me.
Sweet.
Very sweet.
Biko dokot.
Biko. I like the sound of it. Biko. Biko. I used to know this guy, his last name was Fico, when we went to New York Institute of Technology, my friend Michael at the time. And we had this other student, his name was
Biko.
Michael Fico. No, his last name was Fico. And Michael would always say, Fico, Fico, always playing with his name, Fico. Well, this is Biko. Oh, that looks too rich for me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't need that much sugar this morning. I had a little bowl of cereal, what I had left of that. I had a bowl of cereal with that, but there's no protein in there other than the...
Biko with coffee.
Biko with coffee. I thought you were going to take the bread out with your
No,
coffee.
kita.
I'm actually shocked because you like to have, there's a lot of Filipinos do, they like to have bread with their coffee.
I eat that one. We bread last night. My dinner bread with bitter melon
With bread, with a bitter melon,
and quarter legs of chicken.
and then quarter legs of chicken, yeah. Well, that's a meal. No, but that's a little rich for me. Take a look at this. This is called Biko. Biko. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, gosh. Don't have
Filipinos like this.
I know Filipinos love that. A little rich for me, man. Just too much sugar for my own needs are good. But I can't tell Filipinos how to eat. You know how that works.
I can't finish that one. Maybe this one only.
Yeah, have one, but don't have more than that.
No.
No. Yeah, a little too rich for my blood. No, I guess my cereal is enough. I usually want to have a protein with that, but I can't think of what the hell to make. Except eggs, and sometimes I get tired of eggs. I'm not really big on hard-boiled eggs, but I'd rather have them scrambled.
This one.
It's the yolk that gives it the flavor. It's not the white part of the egg, you know. Look at that. Yeah, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Yes, it is. And we're going to have we're going out for a buffet. We're going out for a buffet tomorrow. And we're going to go to a resort. See, I do that. We do that for each other. Valentine's Day is not like a thing for men to, you know,
My
honor
son's
their
birthday.
love with their woman. It's a mutual thing.
My son's birthday tomorrow.
And it's her son's birthday also tomorrow. So traditionally, every year, we celebrate Valentine's Day and her son's birthday. He's going to be what, 14?
16.
No, it's Christian. It's Christian's birthday, not Kai's. That's right. He's going to be 15? Man, he's getting up there, man. It's hard to just, absorb this, that me and her children have been in my life, for 9 years. I remember when her youngest was barely up to my knees, really. Boy, how time flies, I'm telling you. It's also scary how time flies. The years are going by. I'm watching them grow up in front of me. Well, I'm not their father. Almost like their surrogate father, really. Because they don't spend time with their dad except when they go to Cebu, which is not very often. So, call me Dada Frank, I guess. But I never claimed to be the parent. Gilda's a parent to them. I'm just, I don't know, call it what you want, a surrogate parent or whatever, But they live under our roof, and I am not the disciplinarian here with them. I do have my say in certain things, of course, but it is not my total responsibility. I, of course, have the right to remind them to do certain things or chores or whatever, and I will talk to them about things, but I don't go into big lectures with them at all. Their mom has to be the disciplinarian, not me, but I do have the right to have some disciplinary function in this matter, But that's the way it is. Isn't that true, Gilda? I don't discipline the children. I kind of leave that up to you, although I do have my say in things.
Yeah.
Right.
But I said you can discipline also the kids because they live here together.
Yeah, I know I could, but I don't, I don't go way out on that. I will talk to them about things
Yeah.
if they haven't done a chore or
That
something.
mostly me.
Yeah. Well, you're the real parent, so, it's your responsibility for that, I feel out of place with, I'm not trying to take the role of their real father, because they have one real father. And I'm not their real biological father, but in a sense that they've been growing up around me in front of my eyes, and I've been part of their life for 9 years now. So they do look up to me as being kind of like a surrogate father in a way, because they don't and haven't been spending much time with their biological father, because they live a big distance away. So here I am, and basically it is like having children, and it is actually, because they are children, and they do live in our house and around me, and are part of the so-called family unit now. So you take on a role when you thought you'd never have children before, or anymore, decide not to have children. All of a sudden you find yourself becoming a senior, and you have a couple of kids that you're basically raising.
Yeah, but it's the big problem for them when the kids here.
What? The big problem for them is what? I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Dogs are waiting to eat here. And I don't mind at all. I mean, I feel totally comfortable. What were you saying about the big problem is what?
The YouTuber.
Oh,
Some people in YouTube is a problem because I got the kids here living with
yeah, they
me.
seem to have a problem that her kids are living here, some of the YouTubers she's saying. Well, first of all, it's actually none of their
And
business.
then they got a big problem because I have 8 kids.
Yeah, I don't know why that should be their problem. I mean,
Yeah, and then why their problems? They don't support me. They don't give me a dime.
right, it's not their problem.
Yeah.
They're not feeding the kids. It's not their responsibility. So they're bitching and whining about the fact of how many children she has. So she does. Yeah, she has 8 children. That would be correct. I know nobody's asking, but that would be correct. But 2 of them live here. And others visit when they can. They're welcome here. They always have been.
If no work, so they come here, and if no, my 3 kids in college. So if no school, they come here.
Yeah. And they're welcome here.
Yeah, then
I mean, I feel totally comfortable around their kids. I totally feel comfortable because they have become family. I've been involved in their lives for 9 years too, not just the 2 ones that are living here. So here I am at an older age and got a couple of kids living here that I'm helping raise, which I am. And then they'll bitch about, oh yeah, you got to put out money to her children for things like, well, actually, Gilda kind of handles that. If they need a uniform or something for school,
yeah, I handle everything.
she handles everything with that. Her own kids, she does that. That comes out of her pocket. I mean, I help too, but generally it comes out of her pocket. Her kids need uniforms or whatever they need, in regards to the new semester. They might need a little bit of money for
The kids at school.
they're in private.
College. Yeah, in private.
They're in private schools too.
The one kids, the tuition is a 50,000 something, and then the other
Per semester?
per semester.
Yeah, it's 50,000 per semester with
50,000
one of the kids.
500
50,500.
Then the other one, and that one is the BS, kuanto siya, nautical, and then the other one,
Going into nautical
yeah, and
career.
then the other one, the law student, he got same also, 40 something.
So let's go. We have, okay, she has one daughter that's a CPR.
Civil engineer.
Then one is studying to be a civil engineer.
Yeah, one the civil engineer, one is the for lawyer.
For lawyer, one wants to become a lawyer.
One for the nautical, the marine.
And one's into nautical. Well, does he want to go into what? Engineering or?
Yeah.
When you say nautical, it obviously has to do with
Yeah.
working on a boat or something.
Boat.
Right, on a ship.
Ship.
That could be any kind of possibility of being engineering or being part of the crew staff or something. But
Part of the crew staff.
yeah, So they've all been in a good direction, every one of them. Even the other daughter actually was into accounting.
The one is the BSA, the accounting. The other one is the management accounting.
And management accounting, another one, management accounting. So they're all in good direction. So the two that are living here, they're doing pretty well in school too. And the youngest one, he's very intelligent, and he's been getting.
The youngest one, they want to, you know what they like?
What does he want?
Pilot.
He wants to be a pilot. He's afraid of everything. He wants to be a pilot.
Yeah, they want to be
He freaked out when he broke the mirror on the electric bike, and he really wants to become a pilot, huh?
That's why the girlfriend father, the dad said, "Oh, Kai, you want to be a pilot? So how you landing the plane?"
Now you can land the plane. Hey, whatever your endeavor is, we support it. See, that's a family. You understand, Robert and Barry? That's a family. Okay.
Then the girlfriend dad is a foreigner also.
His little girlfriend's dad. Boy, he spends so much time on his phone. We never see him, actually.
Sometimes she go there. She go there at the house. And then they will come also there.
She's never been here.
No. I know the girl.
Yeah.
They've been here. They come here already.
That girl was here, his little girlfriend or whatever now?
Yeah. They come here. During my birthday, they come here.
Oh, she was here?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember
They bring
when
that
that.
one up.
Kids growing up, kids are growing up.
And then
He's at that age now,
the dad said it's better they know each other, so that's why it's better near than the far than just texting or
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, yeah, and this youngest one here, he's actually quite intelligent, and he's doing very well in school.
But they need to guide.
Honor student, and they've all done very well. And I'm really happy about that. See, these guys are going to have a future. These people are going to have, and some of them already do. I mean, her oldest, that everybody lusts over on YouTube, her oldest daughter, very successful in being a certified public accountant. She works for a really good company. She gets to travel with this company. All expenses are paid, And,
the first word my daughter is she become a manager, and then she resigned.
yeah, she first became a manager, then she resigned, and then she went with this other company.
Because the salary is not growing up. So
She went for the bigger salary, yeah.
because more work, and then the salary is more not high, so that's
Yeah, she doesn't have a bad position. She gets to travel with the other members of the company, and they go to meetings and so forth, and she's yet to go to America. I think that's going to be happening too,
But
to
now
make a trip. But
my daughter company is from US.
yeah, the company is actually from U.S.,
From
so
US,
yeah.
so-
They're doing very well. They're doing very well. I guess I'm doing pretty well being a kind of a parental guide here too. When you lose something in your family, you gain in another. That's the way it is with me. I may not talk to my daughter, but I regained a family, That's all that matters. Family is family, whether they're blood or not. Of course, Barry doesn't see things that way. How could they be your family? They're not your blood. Yeah, he doesn't get it. I mean, my dogs are my family. They're not my blood. They're my family. They're absolutely my family. There is absolutely no question about that. No question. Family is a bonding between people. That doesn't mean blood. And just because I don't talk to my daughter, you may consider it a loss, but there's always a gain somewhere along the line. Where you lose one member of the family for whatever reason, it don't matter. You gain otherwise. So there you go. I'm not without a family. But people like Barry doesn't have anybody in his family supporting him at all. And I don't mean financially, but that too. They're not helping him. Who's helping? Not even his girlfriend's family is helping. They don't want to stand behind Barry. They don't want to stand behind him. He makes all these claims that his family loves him and everything. If they loved him that much, why aren't they chipping in some money for bail or something in there? If that so-called family loved him so much, and the dad loves him. Oh, the dad loves him. And as I said, I believe her dad doesn't speak a word of English. So, go figure. Anyway, that's Barry. We're talking about Barry, of course. What do you expect? Some truth to come out of his mouth? He's just not going to hear that. Okay, well, the dialogue seemed to have died down. You just like listening to my wonderful voice. And of course, I've satisfied another day for Robert, who's probably jacking off while I'm talking on here. What, you think that would surprise me? You might think that as a funny comment, but you actually would think that I would not think of something like that? I mean, the guy is no scruples. He's lonely, and he's miserable, and he's bitter. Now, we have finally figured out, well, not that you guys couldn't figure this out on your own. However, in the Waffle Man's situation, I think we have pretty much come to a conclusion that everything that's going on with him is pure projection. That has become, over time, so obvious to me. And if you haven't been able to figure it out yourself, there it goes. Like I'm saying, and I said yesterday, and hold on a second. Well, like I said yesterday, on a show, that we have a good understanding of what happened with him in his childhood. And again, I also said, although Barry claims I'm making fun of what happened to him in his childhood, I'm not making fun. Again, I'm not making fun of that at all. I don't think it was cool. It was pretty sad on his upbringing. That explains why he's so bitter. It explains his demeanor. It explains why he's in and out of trouble all his life. This is kind of a hard thing to kick off when one of your parents was abusive with you, or both of them. I don't know. I know of one, his dad, he claimed, but it still does not exonerate him from the shit that he's done. On one hand, you can feel sorry, some might, that he had a horrible upbringing in his family. We all have bugaboos in our family. They're not perfect. I definitely find some dysfunction in certain family members I had, but, I did not grow up to be another Barry. I'm not anything like him at all, in any form or way, mind you. I managed to navigate my way in life through the years, schooling, everything. Whether you think I'm a scholar or not, I managed to get through the system. I managed to graduate. I managed to put my life together in one form or way or another. I had the capability of doing so, and I did such. I made my own decisions. When I had plans, I'd put them together and I would execute my plans. And I've done this all my life. If I said I was going to do something, I did it. My endeavors, maybe they didn't happen overnight necessarily, but when I put my mind to something and I plan something, I tend to go through with it. I could adjust to practically any situation, really, Let's just say, play devil's advocate here, whatever, that I had to go move out of this country, voluntarily or otherwise. It's just another adventure. Because as long as I have my partner by my side, I'm happy. And, keeping in mind, in effect, with the COVID thing, I was away from her for about a year and 2 months. That was a pretty long time, as far as I'm concerned. But we kept in touch. But if such nature of the beast happened, she'd relocate. It doesn't matter where we live. What matters is that we're together. That's what matters to me. And if it meant we had to sell the house and have plenty of money, it would work out fine. She could always make trips to the Philippines to see her family, her friends, and so forth. Although maybe I not be able to go to the Philippines, to me it's just another adventure if something of that nature happened. Start a new chapter. How many chapters have I started already? I mean, it was a big move. For me to move out of New York at the time, I was 28 or so? I don't know what age I was at the time. So spent 20 years of my life, born and raised in New York, very proud of that. Then my venture went to another endeavor, and that was Washington State, where I spent practically a lifetime. To some people, I spent 25 to 26 years. But it didn't stop there. Then I went to Hawaii for approximately, 14 years or so. Then now here in the Philippines for approximately 9 years. Some people argue that figure, but no, it's been 9 years. Okay, if you want to take away 1 year, because I was in Hawaii at the time, taking care of the house and taking care of all that business going on. But nobody fled Hawaii. Nobody fled Hawaii. When the pearly gates of the Philippines opened again during that COVID period of time, and I had all my vaccinations and everything, and the Philippines opened up its gates, I took advantage of that. Nobody ran away from court. Nobody ran away from Hawaii. They simply allowed people to come back into the Philippines again. And I didn't know if that was going to change or not. So when it was available, I went. And as far as the court shit, I didn't run away from court. I appeared on camera. But because it wasn't scheduled, they had to make a default judgment. A default judgment means that you weren't there in person. And whether or not the parties involved were guilty or not, it didn't matter. They came to a resolution. It's called a default judgment. In other words, someone like myself was not able to present evidence. That's how it worked. It's called a default judgment. Still, it was a judgment, yeah, but it was a default judgment. That means it was not based on the reliability of any information that they presented. Default. It's a little different than a straightforward judgment based on trial, based on having your turn to introduce your evidence. It was a default judgment, just to note that. Default. And boy, they've been riding with that on YouTube. They've been, especially Barry, riding with that. No, nobody ran away from Hawaii. But getting back to the point being made, before I interjected with this little extra information, I made my own decisions, and I executed my decisions, moving from point A to point D, whatever. Even spent a little bit of time in, not very long, but I spent a little bit of time in Alaska working there too. So I've had the wonderful opportunity to be born and raised in New York for 28 years of my life, and then about a quarter of a century in Washington State, and then to Hawaii for about, like I said, about 14 years, and then the Philippines, approximately 9 years. We could call it 8 because I spent a year of that, but me and my partner were still a team, no matter where I was. I never broke up, in communication all the time. So is it feasible to live in another country if I was forced to, as an example? Yeah. I can adapt to changes. Not everybody can do that. You make lemonade out of lemons. It's not a death sentence if something like that happened. I'd prefer to stay in the Philippines, of course. But if something did happen and go down where I couldn't, my life is not over because of that. It's just a new beginning. And she's so supportive that if we had to sell the house, we'd make a ton of money. And we'd live very comfortably in whatever country I would decide to live in. So, if in the event that did happen, I've got my bases covered. I don't expect that to happen, but if it did, then it's just business as usual. Nothing I'm not used to. I moved, I lived in, 4 different places? No, New York, Washington, Hawaii, and the Philippines. So 4 different places I lived in for a significant amount of time. It's just a new adventure. Take it as such, and you move on. As long as we have each other, and she has the ability to see her family, or them come to visit her, we're all good. So, I don't know. People think that would be a severe punishment for me. It's really according to how you look at it. It'd be a different story if my partner was not solidly behind me. Then that would be a whole different scenario. It would be like a punishment, but that's not going to be the case if it was. Just got to make that clear. Real punishment is when you don't have a solid, actual loving partner like Popeye or Barry, and he had to be put into such a situation. Yeah, that would be horrific. But my partner would not abandon me, my girlfriend of 9 years, just celebrate our 9th anniversary together, when some said it would never happen. But like I said, it ain't about money, it ain't about the house. If that's all it was, if she wasn't tuned into me as well as she is and wanted to be with me, then there's ample opportunity to kick me on my ass out of the house if there really was no love involved or anything like that, or a connection, and have me go on my way and she goes on her way. She just has every ability and opportunity to done so all through these years, but she chooses to be with me. That's all that matters. Okay, well, the dialogue is basically on listening mode now. Popeye needs to do his little soliloquy, so let me let him do his little speech again. I'm glad I add something to your life, Robert. I'm really happy about that. Because I definitely have a real good picture of what your life is all about. Been listening to you for how many years now? I've made my own assessments about Robert a long time ago. He continues to prove me right, that he's just a lonely old man who just looks forward to bingo and occasionally going to the casino with his cyst, and sits there and makes these little skits to occupy his time, and sits there doing simulcasts of my show, which I think is really extremely pathetic in every way. But now comes the time that he has to make his little 10 minutes of any kind of rebuttaling or anything going on, what I'm saying on the simulcast. He always comes up with something to say about something. So we give him that opportunity. But if you had to label anybody as really being hateful and bitter with his life, I would have to say, and although you think it's Barry, and he's on that list, of course, but I think the number one person on here, if I consider all and historically, he's probably the most bitter person on here, and I don't think anybody would disagree with me on that. That's why he spends so much time waiting for me to do a show. He could simulcast it and put his own comments in, because he can't do a show on his own unless he has somebody specific to talk about. Kind of like Barry's situation. Barry does not have the ability to carry a show on his own. He doesn't have the intellect to do so. I like to use that name, orator. He's not a good orator. Roberto was like that too. Roberto could never carry on a show unless Popeye or Allo or somebody was a guest on there. He could never run a show on his own. He did not have that ability to do so. He's never had that ability. And what did happen to Roberto? That's a good question too. They're being so quiet about it. I'm sure as hell that Popeye and Allo and others know what's going on with him. It's being unspoken because Roberto would just not get off YouTube unless something happened, whether he's either dead or his wife put her boots to the ground on him. Something went down because Roberto would always be out there with a show, even if it's just a title, just to try to bait me or harass me or something. There would always be something on there. Something went down, apparently, with Roberto. Either he finally croaked, or I don't know, or his wife took some disciplinary action on his ass. I don't know. Because Roberto don't get bored of coming on YouTube, and he would have been on. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't come on here under, sock account names and make all these comments. And he could be one of the regular trolls on here that make all these comments. And I think the chance of that being true, I think it's a pretty high chance of that being true. I mean, look, Popeye goes under different aliases. I guarantee you on that. We know Barry does. And I'm sure as hell Popeye does. It's not like he got this big army of people that are, instead of being pro-Frank, being con-Frank. It's just that they have multiple sock accounts. They try to make it look like there's an army of people that are against me, but that's not true. I don't buy it. There's just a handful of people, a handful, that go under sock account names. That's all it really is. Okay, I'm out of here. Now you go listen to Popeye's little soliloquy. It's your turn, Popeye. Have something intelligent to say, if that's even possible. And again, Barry's posting on his channel. It's been copied. It ain't going anywhere. Whoever was trying to help Barry did not help him at all with that. I will tell you that much. And Barry, if you had any half brains at all, would realize by posting that, being the dummy that he is, that this is not going to work for him. Having somebody else express their opinion, and he posted as if it's his own posting. That was on the list of some of the dumbest things he's done, and I lost count of all the dumb shit he's done on his own channel voluntarily. So the future for Barry, I think it's already written as far as I'm concerned. My main thing is getting a little more evidence out on him when it comes time for my testimony. We'll see what happens with that, and I will even do it involuntary. I mean, well, actually, whether they going to ask me to introduce this or not, I will speak out of turn if I have to, just to get that information out to the judge. But we'll do it legally and have it be allowable. And if he's working on his freedom, he's been working against himself the whole damn time. How smart is that? Like I said, Barry, you're doing this all to yourself, man. Don't keep on voicing your opinion about, I did this to you, and I did that to you. Try to get it through your thick skull that you did this all to yourself. All of it. And you continue to do so. which tells me that your psychology is like way off, that there's something wrong with you, entirely wrong with you. As I said, I don't know everything that happened with his dada. We know some things that happened to him, but was he beat up too in the head? What happened to damage his fucking brain? Oh, it is an easy statement to make that there's something wrong with his brain because, although Popeye hates that word demonstration, I'll say it because it bothers him. By Barry's own demonstration, absolutely. There's nothing illegal about saying that. What he says and does on his show is public. That means he's demonstrating. So I can make these statements about him, having question about his mental stability or instability. It's perfectly fine and legal. That's my observation. And it's been publicly heard. So the consensus of opinion is that he's definitely got some issues. I don't think anybody would argue me on that. Okay, Papa, your turn. I got some shit to do here, so let me get out of here. And what was I going to add to this? Oh yeah, good old Brevis. You know, Drew, it's definitely going to come a time where payment is due with you. I know you've been behind the scenes of a whole lot of shit out there. You're probably the one responsible for getting these poor Filipinos to come to the house expecting rice and money. That was hitting pretty below the belt to the Filipino people, not to me. It was hitting below the belt to these people in the country that you decided to live to and you fled to because of all the trouble you had in California. I mean, you're together with a Filipino and you got a child as such from that person. You don't respect the culture. You've proved that time and time again. You don't. Like I said, I used an example. The other woman that he impregnated, who knows how many others. I don't know, maybe he's got an open relationship or something. That's their business if that's been decided between them two. Whether she don't care, and as long as she supports her, maybe she's happy. I don't know. Maybe they have an arrangement. And that's okay if they do. But sometimes you have to take responsibility. Like the other girl that he impregnated, and unfortunately she lost a baby. And I've posed that question on here several times. Did he have even the decency to support this woman while she was pregnant and help her out? I don't think so. Did he have the decency to show any condolences? Did he have the decency to help her out with any funeral arrangements for it was either died unborn, or died born after born? Did he have the decency to help this woman out? I don't believe he did, because that's the kind of person Brevis is. I mean, that's getting on a scale of being as low life as the other guy is. Maybe even more in different ways, though. These are the kind of people that we're dealing with on here. They all are either sociopaths or psychopaths, some kind of mania, borderline personality disorders, and they all flock to YouTube. Isn't that amazing?
All right, all right. Barry's supposed last live stream. That's right, because I deleted all my live streams. And I'm going to delete this one too. No? Mm-mm. I'll have that uploaded fairly shortly, and you'll hear his whole last live stream. He said that I'm harassing the immigration. Well, I think you guys know the answer to that. He didn't have any kind words to say about immigration or any other legal office. He got down on cops, says he hates cops, and kind of showed his true colors. His supposed last show, my ass. Supposedly, the 15th, oh, he admits that he can't get married. He's going to have to, well, we knew he wasn't anyway. He did have the qualifications of doing that to begin with. But wait till the 15th, well, they're going to be bringing a truck. A truck, by the way. What has he got, a whole apartment in there? There's going to be a truck coming by. A truck. To come by and get his belongings, other than his cooking ware and so forth. Other than his cooking ware, a truck, mind you, not a car, a truck. There's so much bullshit in that show. I lost track of all the statements. I mean, you have to make your own assessment. It's about a 30-minute show or something, somewhere around there. I will, I'm just charging up my other phone so I can do the replay. And he doesn't take, oh, I got this new lawyer now. She means business. She's going to put a cease and desist order against me. That's his new thing. Anyway, sorry. I do help with the chores around here too. I sometimes do laundry. I do things. Cliff says he's a pathological. I'll go back inside so we don't get a broken signal. I realize I'm not in an ideal place. I don't want to apologize for the fact I'm doing a second show here. Not at all. I don't need to. It was all just expected bullshit from him. His lawyer's going to do this and do that, and he's going to, he's going to be in America. Everything's going to be fine. She's going to be able to come out there. She's going to be making these trips with her friends and cousins. Wow, she's in that good of a psychological state of mind. What happened to the PTSD and the depression? He must have forgot about that one. I didn't. She ain't depressed. She goes on with her life, and she's far from being depressed. The lies continue, man. The lies continue. It's like nonstop. Excuse me, I gotta clean the pan out here. Sorry, you know how I am. I multitask when I do my shows. That doesn't stop me. Because life goes on, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it does. I never heard such bullshit come out of one person's mouth in my life. This is gonna be my last live stream. And I'll catch you guys, as he says, after he gets home. And when's that gonna be? Do tell, when are you gonna get home? It's a far cry when you're gonna get home. I think he's a little bit ahead of himself, I would venture to say. You ain't going anywhere anytime soon except to a fucking prison, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I could see. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. He ain't getting off fucking YouTube. Oh yeah, they're going to confiscate my stuff, and I got a truck coming. Well, the dude's he's got a truck. I mean, he has that much belongings that, sorry, I'm trying to light the stove here and find an actual, yeah, he has that much stuff, he's going to need a truck, mind you, a truck. What has he got, a whole living room in there? My lighter. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Okay, anyway, we're back. Had to have a discussion with the lady. So all these grandeur dreams and illusions and delusions this man has. And you'll be able to hear his broadcast in full. Give it about another hour or so. Just check in every now and then. Obviously, I'm on your little list there. If I do a show, you'll definitely know when I'm on. But no, he didn't get rid of the show. I'm going to delete this one. Like, why did you have to delete all your shows? I guess the question would be, if you weren't guilty of something, why would you have to delete? Why do you have to delete the shows? What's that all about? Why would you need to do that? Unless you're guilty of something, but no, you're never guilty of anything, are you? No, not you. You're as pure as the driven snow, aren't you? Yeah, you can see that. I've seen that for 10 fucking years, how pure you are. Yeah, he's Clint, the pathological liar. There's absolutely no question on that. No guesswork on that one. But it'll be funny to listen to. Now, again, he's claiming that it's his last show. We believe you, like we believe anything you say. Tell you what, I'll make a deal. You get off, I'll get off. How's that? How's that for a trade-off? You get off, I'll get off. Good trade-off? Fair? Let's see where that goes. Oh, yes, new lawyer. This is a guy without money, okay? He made a last-ditch effort to try to get donations for his PayPal and so forth, and all the different monetary foundations that he has. How's he affording a lawyer unless it's a court-appointed lawyer? He thinks he's going to prevent me from doing my testimony, but that's not the case. I don't have the date yet. It's in March. No, they're not stopping me from that. Don't forget something. Now, if he did get a new lawyer, it means his lawyer dumped him, and for good reason. She has to do a lot of catch-up on this. And he can't change his plea. And the way it was supposed to work is that his lawyer, who did not do his homework, was supposed to file a motion, a kind of a plea bargaining motion, which was never filed. So that's not going to stand in the way of my testimony. Sorry to tell you that, Barry. And why don't you show your cowardice ass up in court? What are you afraid of? Only this time you might have some handcuffs on. And one of the first things I've instructed my attorneys to do is to inform the judge of some current events before he goes on with the trial. We're going to make sure that the court reporter and that the judge gets in all the information they can so they can make a proper decision when it comes to his conviction. So you're not going to get married? Hey man, I was already going to order my tux, man. Which really was going to be a t-shirt with an imprinted tuxedo on it, really. Considering the environment and location. I knew you couldn't get married. You just lied and lied and lied again. You built everybody up, even took off his little announcement, scheduled for February 22nd at 3 o'clock. The marriage of the century. The marriage of the century. That went down fast, didn't it? We're supposed to believe a chronic liar. Again, when his lips are moving, I think you know the routine on that. But he had a lot to say.
and I'm going to have you hear it. Oh, I got other things planned. I can't talk about it. Let me tell you something. If he had something planned or anything, he's the mega mouth. There's no way in the world he wouldn't slip or just be direct and say something on there. He has no good defense on this case at all. Bottom line, he already pleaded guilty. The judge already heard what he said. No, but that's no. It's not enough. That's why we want to introduce some other evidence in there. We want the judge to get the full Monty on this. We want the judge to hear how vile and volatile this guy is. I want to make it perfectly clear in that courtroom, so whatever sentence is imposed on him is going to be an appropriate sentence. That's our plan in the open. So yeah, I'll post that. I'm just charging up the other phone. I just recorded his whole session. I told you, I got people out there that send me stuff, and they caught his show. I had to change the speed on there because this guy tried to record the show in higher speed to get it all in for a short period of time. And all I had to do was adjust the speed on there. But I got it all. I'm going to erase this show, just got to erase all my other... Why, what were you hiding? If you were not guilty of all these crimes, why would you want to hide all your live streams? Me, I don't always need to leave mine on because I got the copycat channel. And I could, it actually works for me sometimes because sometimes I need reference to something. So the copycat channel probably actually helps me out when I need to go back to something and refer, and I'll do a remix on it or whatever. And he says, besides, you don't have all my full live streams. All you got is some clips. Oh, really? You're telling me what I have? You don't know what I have. Anti-Brawler says, this will rival the royal wedding of Charles and Diana. Yeah, wouldn't it? What a goober, man. I've never seen anybody in such a hurry to inflict pain and suffering on himself. I think they got groups of people that do sadomasochists or something. But if we all figured out it's all projection, sorry, I'm going to repeat myself. It's all projection. Everything he's done, everything he's said has to do with his upbringing. Everything. So if you didn't understand before why he's so vile, why he's so bitter, and why he's such a liar, it's like self-protection in a way. Stefan says, did you hear Barry say in his last live stream that his uncle put a rope around his neck and tried to hang him because he ratted on him? This guy is unbelievable. He comes up with all these stories. How about the story that's going to be in this one if you missed it? Because I'm going to upload it. There's a story in there where some black guys used to come in this restaurant and they used to refer to him as Chrome Dome because he had a bald head. Maybe I made an association with him of being like, one of these racist organizations or something, skinheads or something. And he said that all of a sudden he's a waiter too. He wasn't just a cook. Now he's just a waiter. Because he actually took the food over to the black guy after he said, you could say, well, you come in here all the time. And you're always calling me a Chrome Dome and all that. And they goes, let me ask you, do I serve your food? Is it good food? The guy said, yeah. Do you served on time? The guy said, yeah. You got your orders the way you wanted to? The guy said, yeah. Why do you sit there and you call me these names? He goes, I don't like that when somebody calls me a Chrome Dome. So I guess Chrome Dome, never thought about that one. So Chrome Dome, he hates that. Of course, this is all a made-up story, of course. Stefan says, he said he treats all girls like what as well, yeah. Well, there has to be an end to a chapter, guys, and it will come to an end of the chapter. I guarantee it will.
And hopefully, the court hearings don't drag on, because I'd like to get this over with too. But let's just put it this way, with all considered. Oh, and he's still pushing the theory that my new lawyer, and it's a she, like Nico's blade of grass, which is female anyway, that she thinks that all I'm going to get is a slap in the wrist and I'm going to be sent home. Okay, let's heed those words. Remember those words. Let's see if that happens. Ain't going to happen. Not if I can help it. Look at it this way. The whole idea was to get him out of the country and never get him to be back in this country again. If that works alone, then I've achieved something. I've said that before. If that works alone, that's an achievement. No matter how this thing goes, because that would have been the original goal, the original achievement of mine. Now, I already made an achievement. But this guy's in there for almost 24 months already, 22 months approaching. That was a hell of an achievement. Oh, and the other thing is, he thinks that me and Aloe are buds. And he thinks that we're both sending all this shit to him. Oh, there's been stuff sent to, I don't know what Aloe does. I don't know if he sends anything to immigration. You have to ask Aloe. But me and Aloe are not a team, I can assure you that. But does Aloe like Barry? Oh, hell no. Hell no, he don't. Hell no, he don't. He don't like me either, so we're not teaming up. Nobody's teaming up with Aloe. That's absurd. Absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Where's the eggs? He said, well, nobody's going to see this live stream because I'm going to take it off as soon as I... What dumb shit can this guy do? Does he not know that people record him all the time? And no sooner did he did that recording, it was sent to me. Lickety split. And I got it right here. It's going to be on. I'm just charging up the other phone. I recorded it on the other phone. Then I'll just... I'll play it on my show. If you guys could deal with listening to him for about 30 minutes, well, that'll be your choice. But Duke got it recorded. No, he didn't get rid of that. As stupid as he is to believe that I'm the only one that actually records him. Not the case. Says he treats little girls like whores as well. Well, from my understanding, he has done that. So now he's supposedly got a new lawyer that's going to do all these wonders for him. Put yourself in that lawyer's position. And I don't know if she's getting all the paperwork from the other lawyer. I mean, that's a process in itself. She has to get the paperwork from the other lawyer. Do you believe a goddamn thing that he says? Well, you can't. He thinks everything is going to work out just dandy and fine for him. But he's got another thing coming. Oh, I got things planned, he says. Well, we're sure you do. Just make sure you bring the lubricant when you go to jail. That's all I can say. Might be kind of a rough awakening, or maybe it's something that's welcomed. Who knows? You know, apple don't fall far from the tree, does it? That's just an opinion. Having kind of a late breakfast here today. Well, late for me. Yeah, we're going to celebrate Valentine's Day. I'm so sorry for his girlfriend, all this depression and PTSD she's going through.
She's going to be traveling with her cousins to different places. She's going to get all lined up from when he gets to go to America. Going to get all gussied up, get everything legal, dot the I's and cross the T's. I'd like to see that. Which means she's in good spirits. Most people with PTSD and deep depression are afraid to go out because they think they're going to be assaulted by somebody that never even met her. They wouldn't be traveling, going anywhere. WTF is back. We all know Barry did not write that last post. I'm sure Brevis must have said, yeah, that's what I said. Brevis is a piece of work, man. He's really a piece of work. I think it's all going to catch up to him. You know that thing with the baseball bat? Brevis, who tries to portray himself as an intellect, well, he wasn't an intellect when he brought that junior-sized baseball bat to Barry, was he? On camera. That was sent to immigration. With his full name, story, but if you had read that post, that was pretty extreme. Of course, Barry didn't write that. We know that. He's not capable. He has to have a so-called ghost writer. Well, of course, Popeye was really going at it this morning. But he really didn't have much to say except the usual. Brave man is calling me a pedophile in Florida. But you know damn well, as much as I do, he'd never say that to my face, neither would Barry. Stephen says, does anybody really believe they're taking that stuff away from Barry and locking him in the cell with the other guy? Yeah, what did he say about that? It was something about his jail cell's going to have to be closed for a few hours or something. And if he does have a new cellmate, what is he going to take his frustrations out of him if he really had his phone taken away? Now, what did he say to that? Well, you didn't hear his last show. I did. I got to record it. I will post it. That they're all coming for his stuff. A truck is coming. A truck is coming. How much stuff does he supposedly have? A truck? What could he possibly have? He ain't giving up his phone. What did he say? His girlfriend's going to take the phone or something? Or yeah, they're locking him in the cell with the other guy. I think it's gotten to a point where they are taking his privileges away. You ate already, Ginger. You ate already. No. And he's not liking it. Too fucking bad. There's a lot of things you're not going to like. This party's only started, man. Stefan says, he said that at one point he could have his phone 3 times a day to order food. Barry doesn't even know what he's saying anymore. I know the stories go back and forth. He doesn't catch himself in his own lies. I gotta drink some water here. No, you girls are getting a little bit too crazy here. They have their food, then they want mine. They want mine. Ah, much better. Now I got my stomach full. Oh yeah, we're going out for a big Valentine's buffet at one of the resorts in town. Oh yeah, I could do that for my girlfriend and vice versa. As you're spending another Valentine's Day in jail. How's that work for you so far, Barry? Do tell, do tell. How's this been working out for you so far? How's all the lies from your cell been helping you out, especially with immigration? He turned around, he said on that video, which you didn't hear yet, probably, I've been harassing immigration. It's quite the opposite. There you go. I'll give you a genuine burp. Give you a genuine burp. Yeah, I'm supposedly harassing. Do you know the definition of harassment? Sending information, and record it too, to the Board of Immigration is not harassing them. You, on the other part, have been harassing them. You call them every name in the book, and yet you expect to have something positive happening with your relationship with the immigration, being that you are attention because of immigration and so forth. Okay, let's see. Okay, got the last comment on here. So yeah, I'll be happy as a clam when this is all over. And the immigration at this point is sick and tired of the bullshit going on. Both of us, between both of us. The truth is, they had, from day one, the DOJ actually had a lot of communication from me. They said, don't worry, we're going to handle this. That's what they said. But things started to progress, you know. But there's not one person at DOJ or Department of Immigration that does not know his name. Not one person. He's become, if anything, he's been a nuisance to them. They got a lot on their hands with all the pogies and all that shit going on. And they really don't want to hear anything more about Barry J. They heard enough to keep them going for years to come if they had to approach everything that was said about him, or that he said about immigration. He did not put himself in a really good position with immigration at all. Imagine Gagno's and that guy to say that I was harassing immigration. You've harassed me. You've harassed immigration. You certainly have harassed the embassy. They don't even want to talk to him anymore. You've heard all that stuff. There's not anybody he hasn't harassed, even other YouTubers on here, not just me. I'll just be happy as hell, you know, when this comes to a conclusion. But like I said, it's not really a win or lose for me. It's all a win, really, because I got him off the streets for almost 22 fucking months. So no matter what goes down the pike, as I like to say, if there was such thing as who's winning, it would be me. I've already won, if you want to consider this some war or attrition or whatever you want to call it, you know. No matter what he says, he's the one that spent 22 months in immigration lockup. Loss of his freedom. Wasn't me. But if I was in his position, I would handle things a whole lot differently. Oh yeah, the guards love him. He says the guards love him. He has no problem with the guards at all. Well, it's like this. The guards don't have any choice. It's their job. They even live on the premises. They don't have any choice but to listen to this guy. If you were to ask them personally on the street somewhere, I'm sure they'll say, I can't wait till this MFer gets transferred to a prison and gets the fuck out of here. We had enough of him. Stephanie says, does anybody really believe they're taking that stuff away from Barry and locking him in the cell with the other? Okay, you said that already. Stephanie says, he said at one point he could have his phone. Okay, 3 times. Okay, we got that already. Lie after lie. As far as him not doing live streaming, that's complete bullshit. He said, I'll talk to you guys when I get back home. Who wants to bet? What are the odds on that happening? If he doesn't do a live streaming, he's going to leave posts. He's going to comment on somebody's show. It hasn't stopped him so far. The fact is, immigration did not come down on him hard enough. And that's why they're pissed at him too, because he has not abided. He had that letter that he was stupid enough to read on his show that came from immigration or DOJ, and it said and recognized that he was making death threats to me. He didn't want to read the whole document. He just read the basic rules of privacy. That's all he read. He didn't want to read anything that was in between. Did you notice that? And I wish I had a copy of that. That's something I did not receive. This was a direct communique to him, which clearly stated it is not to be shared with anyone other than the recipient of this letter, other than attorneys. That may or may not be involved with the case. But as stupid as he was, stupid is stuff stupid does, he came on there and he started reading it. Same as he did with the charge sheet. You know what I say all the time, that the guy just doesn't learn? He doesn't have the capability. It specifically said, this is why he defies the law in every way. It specifically said, and he read it out, that this was a privileged communication meant for and only for the recipient of that communique. It was not to be put out on YouTube, on social media. They're going to recognize he broke the law now because I sent it to them. I sent that to them too. I sent them the video of him reading out that statement. He has a lot of shit building up on him now with immigration. I don't think they're going to go easy on him. I think he will be clearly blacklisted once it gets to that point, and we don't know how long that's going to be. That could be years from now while he's serving time. He goes, I'm not going to go to prison. So my new lawyer told me that all they're going to do is give me a fine and just exercise the summary deportation order. That's what he thinks. In his sick, delusional mind. He says, yeah, my lawyer's going to put a cease and desist order. But I think he said it was cease and insist. Freudian slip. Incest sounds like something else, doesn't it? I won't go there. You just figured it out. No, if anything, there'd be a cease and desist order against him. And I'm surprised there hasn't been one from the immigration itself. Maybe they did, but he just didn't listen to them. He's only telling you what he wants you to hear. That's what he says. Frank Ricky said you made a mistake concerning Brevis. I made no mistakes at all. He made the mistakes of fleeing to this country and not facing his little challenge, his little legal challenge. Brevis could try to do whatever the fuck he wants.
His retribution to everything. Brevis is not innocent at all, obviously not. He didn't flee the United States to come to the Philippines because he thought the weather was nicer. The big story behind that one. Brevis could try whatever he wants. Brevis is just not happy that me and my girlfriend did not want to associate with him. That's how it started. And that's a true story. He's a spoiled kid from some fairly well-to-do parents that was always used to getting his way until he got himself in trouble in California. And he did not get his way. He was so scared that he had to put TROs against the so-called maybe assailants. It scared him enough that he had to flee the country. That's how scared he was. He had to flee the country. He creates trouble and trouble follows him, no matter where he goes. Don't matter whether he's still in America or he's in the Philippines. He always finds trouble or creates trouble for himself. He wants to be out here with his woman and child. That's no guarantee, because I've already informed the Cebu District Office of his less than clean records in California, and also included the video of him visiting Barry, cohorting with Barry in jail and giving him a weapon. Now, what do you think the Cebu District Office is going to do about that? Maybe when time comes to renew his visa, maybe he will have a problem. I don't know. We'll see. But at least I got the ball rolling on him. More come if I have to. I don't like the guy. I never did. That's why me and Gilda refused any friendship with him. Especially, I'm your biggest fan. What is this, a Mark, what's his name, story with John Lennon? Wouldn't you be kind of a little bit jitterburbs if some guy shows up out of the blue that you have no idea who the fuck he is, comes to your door practically? Oh, I'm your biggest fan. I said, who the fuck are you? Came over. He tried many efforts to come over. I wasn't home. I was in Cebu at the time, but I was informed that this guy kept on coming over. I told him I wasn't home. Then finally, I was home from Cebu because he was still in Bantayan. And I did come out. No, I didn't wait 30 minutes. Bullshit story that was. I was in the CR, but then I came out. And he said, some guy out there. I said, who the fuck is that? And I basically said to him, I said, well, who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm your biggest fan. I looked at his Deadpool eyes. I said, oh, fuck. I got some crazy-ass fanatic out there. That's how it went down. That's exactly how it went down. Got some creepy people out there, man. Creepy beyond belief. They all come to YouTube in our community. It's amazing how they gather. You got the Dumageddon community. Oh, then he was actually in that video that you will see. He's a creepy stalker. What a weirdo. Yeah, he is. Kiki. Wait a minute, Kiki. You're Kiki in the Philippines? Wasn't Barry basically using your name? Travel America at Kiki in the Philippines? And we got all these fucking weirdos coming out here. And it's really a shame because Philippines is a good place. And since there's so many foreigners coming here, we got to get along with the locals. And when they start formulating opinions, it's kind of like a movie I was watching last night having to do with, what was the name of that movie? Was it Black Hawk Down #2 or something on there? They were over in the Mid East, whatever. They were, at one point they were helping the local people there with aid and supplies, but it was being taken from the enemy. The enemy was taking it, but these people were starving. The kids looked like, from Biafra. And the Americans were helping them out. But then American small copters and small birds and Black Hawks were coming in, and they were shooting indiscriminately on that town, and they killed a lot of innocent people. They killed a lot of innocent people. Talk to anybody who's actually served in that era. And this movie's interesting because they told the story of, and these guys were supposed to be like this special breed that was being incorporated to basically come to the aid. And it was a particular leader, Aldere, I think it was his name, they were going after. But as it turned out, when all the kids and everybody, all of them waving American flags because the Americans came in to help, to give food and supplies, they then turn around and indiscriminately from their copters and on the ground shooting the same people that they were helping. Indiscriminately, children, old people. It's a good movie. I think it's a Black Hawk Down #2 or something like that. You have to watch that. It's actually a good movie. You learn a lot from that. Of course, it did try to make the Americans look like heroes, which they weren't. They were killing people indiscriminately. The very people they were supposed to help with aid, which they did. They were so happy with the American troops coming in there. They were waving American flags. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that. It was kind of an interesting movie. That's it. Surviving Black Hawk Down, Netflix. That's it. That will be my recommendation to my 29 people watching out there. Watch the movie, Surviving Black Hawk Down. It was a very good, I thought it was a fairly good movie. Yeah, I just watched that last night, not the Fed. Goes to show you, you're getting orders from the top to kill innocent people. Well, Barry is not innocent in any way. Talk about snitches. He's the type of person that would snitch. I know another guy like that who was helping me, but he's one of the biggest snitches. You may not know him personally, but I met him and I know him and I talked to him over 3 years or more. He hated Barry. He's the one that guided us to where Barry was staying in Karkar. He was strategic for that. And I always thanked him for that. But the guy's a snitch or otherwise. I'm sure he comes on here under a different name. But he was a guy not to be trusted because he put somebody in jail for 10 years or so. And this guy was a big guy not to be fucked with at all. Had a lot of friends who, and that's why the snitch went into hiding. Frank, did Eric Bama star in the movie, or Eric Cantona? Well, I'm not familiar with the stage name, but some of the actual participants in that little excursion, they were giving their, autobiography about themselves, their part in it, and their emotions, what they were feeling, talking about their friends getting killed. This is the thing about America, man, about United States. On one hand, they'll give weapons to the enemy. On the other hand, they will also indiscriminately kill innocent people in the process of trying to get one or two of the leaders, which was the intent in this movie, based on actual events. By the way, that's why I want you guys to watch that movie today if you have a chance. Okay. Yeah, it's worthwhile watching, certainly at least once. I think I seen the original Black Hawk Down movie, but yeah, it's Surviving Black Hawk Down. That's the name of it. It's worth watching. I won't watch it again. I don't need to. Once is enough for me, but I learned a lot from that. To get information from the actual soldiers that actually served, but it was kind of self-serving too. Some of the men that served during that time and what their mission was one thing, but it turned out to be another. And they were getting just squashed by the enemy. They were in ground zero. They didn't realize that the army under that leader at the time, Aldira, I forgot his name, they were well armed. Choppers were going down, people were getting killed. Tom Hardy film. I'm not much into Tom Hardy. Well, I can't come up with a particular movie. My memory ain't that fucking good. I'm familiar, but you have to guide me to a specific movie and kind of get my memory going. But all in all, I thought it was a pretty decent movie to watch, but they're not all factual. Of course, it's always going to make the American troops look like the innocents, but they never really been innocents. And you can't really, these troops had a conscience, but some of them, as admittance in it, they were ready to go. They wanted to see action. They didn't expect what was going to happen. It did happen. But some of them, they said, I came to kill. I came to kill. You got to understand, these people were obeying orders. And a lot of them had a conscience. They didn't, some of them just needed more action in their life. These guys, a lot of them that were doing their little autobiography, their little spiel, were saying that, yeah, I was a kind of a bad teenager, getting into trouble all the time. I got high all the time. I got into trouble. And they needed something to do with their life, so they decided to join. And they wanted to become part of the elite team. And they made it. And things were dormant for a while. And they wanted action. This is what I trained for. They couldn't wait to see action, but when they did, they were in regret because their lives were hanging by a thread in many of the situations there. But they had to obey what the government said. Kill, kill, kill. And they did. And they did it indiscriminately. So the local people that they helped in the village, who were rah-rah America with the flags and everything, the children, now they wanted to see the Americans dead. And can you blame them? Can you actually blame them? Look what they did. They killed their mothers, their fathers, their children. How would you feel? War is not good no matter what. Whether it's Vietnam, whether it's the Mideast, war is not a solution. It's a Band-Aid that becomes a bigger problem. It becomes a festering pustule. And it breaks up any good relations that you've had with any such country. There's always going to be insurgents. There's always going to be terrorists. There's always going to be people that don't like the United States. And why is it they don't like the United States? It's kind of simple. The United States puts their nose in other countries' business where it's better just to leave them alone. Now, I understand if there's a hostage situation, you want to get your men out. Of course, and these men want to go out. They want to go back to their families. Of course. That'll create some problems. Now, Trump, oh my God, he is pushing his weight around like you wouldn't believe. He's making more enemies to the United States than we already have. Enough enemies out there. People that were our allies are now turning on him and the United States and putting these horrible, ridiculous tariffs out. I told you guys, you didn't want to believe me. Having this guy as your president, there's going to come a time during his new presidency that you're going to regret that you voted for him. He's trying to prove a point, trying to say that Biden didn't do anything, but I'm going to step in here and you watch what's going to see. Yeah, let's see what's going to be going down with this. It's not going down very well. Now, people are happy that he's getting all these illegal immigrants arrested. I have to kind of agree with him on that. But you got to understand that immigrants are what actually built the United States, too. And if these particular illegal immigrants are not causing trouble, and they're not breaking any other laws other than the immigration laws, okay, if they're doing a service somehow, they're working to feed their families, and they just want to be in a country where they have such opportunities, they should be allowed to. It's the ones that have the bad track records, rapes and murders and you name it. Those are the ones that should be tossed out of the country, not the illegal immigrants that are actually trying to support their families and make a living. How the hell do you think the United States was built? By the hands of immigrants. I understand that it got ridiculous. They were coming over the border like cockroaches when the lights go out. I understand that. I understand that completely. And I think, yes, there has to be a limitation. But guards were being paid off to come through the gates. You don't think they've been paid off? There's a million stories in the Naked City when it comes down to that. Guards were being paid off. Well, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, does it? But speaking of being paid off or bribery, you got a lot of balls, Barry Lee Jordan, to ever say that I ever tried to bribe anybody in immigration. I never have. Never. I didn't need to. And I wouldn't have. But you came out with some shows, did you not? Try lying about this one because it's on camera, and recorded, and I played it. When CW donated that 50,000 pesos, you clearly said, "Oh, thank you so much, CW. I'm going to use that 50K to bribe some prosecutors." Did you not say that, yes or no? And how about that phone conversation? I forgot who you were talking to when it came out, and you said you were upset because the money Ricky gave you, I wanted you to utilize that money. You could have used that money to pay off some people to get me the fuck out of here. Did you or did you not say that, Mr. Barry Lee Jordan? You did. Don't lie. You did. Anyway, I'm out of here. Tell you what, he stays off, I'll stay off. We'll see. We'll see. But he's got a lot to look forward to. Well, not exactly to look forward to, but he's got a lot on his plate. I'm going to make him use his disgusting tongue to lick every ounce, every dropping on that fucking plate. Like the song, I've only just begun. And I have. Do a wait and see where this thing winds up. And wouldn't that be kind of funny? If we got a jail cell together, he'd need some Depends, because he'd be pissing his shorts like there's no tomorrow. He knows my disposition and how I feel about him. Imagine if we had to be locked up in the same goddamn room. I know that's not a great scenario for me to ever be locked up at all. But can you imagine if that ever happened? He'd be crying to the guards, "Get me the fuck out of here, get me the fuck out of here, help, help, help." Now that would be funnier than a Seinfeld episode. That would be funny. Can you imagine, George, if we were ever in that situation? Yeah, I know, Jerry. That would be funny. And indeed, it fucking would. He'll be back on. Recording to come. Give it another hour or so. And we'll play that full recording of Barry's so-called last live stream.
Oh, man. You know what? You guys will see. I don't give a shit, dude. Look, man, y'all sure call me a liar. You know what? You won't call me a liar in my face. I will get slapped. I will slap you. I'll slap you, boy. I'll slap you so fucking hard, really. Your mom and daddy gonna feel it. Your mom and daddy passed away. Sorry, Mike and Ona, but they gonna fill up their grave too. Motherfucker, boy, I ain't playing. I'll come back and chime. Might be a little bitty boy, but I'll just jump up and I'll knock the fuck out you, bro. Over the hand slap. So we're done. If you figure me, you might beat my ass, but at least I got that one good slap in to let you know, bro. Hey, this motherfucker ain't no pussy. I love how Frank underestimates me too. You know, look, guys, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not on here to fight. I'm not on here to start shit with nobody. But I'm not here to take your shit either. I'll tell you, like I told the customer, Waffle House. Old black guys come in every day, call me Chrome Dome. What's up there? Oh my God, bro. Anyway, you are so stupid. Just like I told the customer, come Waffle House one day. Old black guy, like I said, he just tried to call me Chrome Dome. I hated that shit. Because he's racist, you know what I mean? When somebody calls you Chrome Dome, that means they're fucking calling you a skinhead. I don't like that shit. So anyway, I walked over to his table. I looked at him. I also asked you a question. He said, what's that? I said, every day you come in, I said, I cook your food's good, and it's just like the way you like it, Chris. He goes, yeah. I said, if I'm your waiter, I said, I make sure you have everything on time, make sure your ticket's right, everything, right? So although you don't tip, but I still take care of you the correct way, right? He said, yeah. I said, hold the fuck on a minute. I go in here and I go to where the customer's right. I said, where does it say that I gotta take your fucking shit? I'm cooking for it. I ain't doing it. Likely story. Yeah. Yeah, I sure did, bro. Yeah, I took tell and run. Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. Yeah, ooh. Anyway, have a coke and a smile. Say, I shut the fuck up, bro. So glad you guys are there and seen it. Glad you guys know everything, bro. I don't rub no fucking body. I don't rub anybody, bro. You got a gun in your fucking hand. I'm still gonna fucking step up to you. I'm gonna put the gun to my head. That's how crazy I am. I'm gonna see if you're gonna be. I'm gonna see if you're gonna pull the trigger. See if you want to be a murderer for real. I would invite people to do that. That's just me. Never do that. But I ain't Another book.
That's exactly what the fuck happened. Larry was shaking like a leaf on a fucking tree in his fucking pants right there in front of Ned. Ned's a big boy. Would I want to fight with him? Absolutely not. Would I run from him back down? Fuck no.
Oh, he did.
I know he would give me a beating, but still, I would stand my ground and fight back. I'm not running from nobody, motherfucker.
There's a tough guy routine again.
Wasn't me. He wasn't after me. He was after Larry. Larry's the one that shoved the camera in his face, not me. I took my phone from Larry and handed the last trick, but that was bullshit. Wasn't scared. I wasn't shaking, dude, because I wasn't the one that he was going after. That's where you're wrong, dude. That's what I'm talking about. All right, bro. Look, you're just going to get hit because you're going to sit here and lie. You're a troll. You want to lie. You want to sit here and try to get me riled up and work up. It's not going to happen. You got to go up on the argument. I told you what happened. Everybody knows what happened. It was after Larry because of what Larry did. It wasn't after Barry. Barry didn't do anything to Ned to make Ned want to go after him. Sorry. I didn't do anything to Ned. Me and Ned's always gotten along every time me and Ned seen each other.
Yeah, it's just like the time when Mick Fisher showed up at the bar. Barry made sure he hid to the side. But don't forget that Brevis was locked and loaded.
We're out. We always had a beer together. We said we talked. We enjoyed even after what Larry did. I met up with him at Bogart's and we said we had a drink. Me, him, and somebody else. I'm going to say who. Sure did. Only some areas are. Not all areas are bad. So anyway. She got to be good. Like I said, thank you guys for stopping by, hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys as soon as I'm home, man. Bye, take care. Peace out.
That's going to be a while.
y'all doing tonight? What's going on with everybody? How's everybody doing? What's life like? What's it living like, guys? How's everything hanging? I tell you, mine's always hanging a little bit shriveled and always to the left and shriveled. Anyway, guys, it's all right. So anyway, look, trolls, if you're gonna, if you're gonna be going back and telling Frank what I'm saying, at least get it right. Okay? I didn't say some of them in jail. I said some of them, the immigration come to see me, not the jail. Immigration come to see me and they said because of all the trouble that's being caused, not because of the trouble that I'm causing, because of all the trouble that's being caused, I can't get married right now. I have to wait till I come back to the Philippines. Or bring her to America and do it. Right? Stop putting words in my mouth. And they're taking my stuff the 15th. Okay? The 15th, after Valentine's Day, because Shaw's going to take all this stuff home. So if you're going to be telling Frank stuff that I'm saying, at least get it right, guys. Get it right. So all you got to do is just get it right. Don't twist it or anything else. You got to get it right. So what I'm going to do, guys, because, I can get on here and ask for a few donations from time to time if I want to. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Everything wrong with me getting on here asking for a few donations from time to time. If I want to throw my PayPal link in there, say, hey guys, why don't y'all throw some stuff my way from time to time, it's okay. Everybody else gets on there and say, hey, here's my Gcash, blah, blah, blah. But if I do it, I'm begging for money. Right? Anyway, I had somebody pay for another lawyer, but I'm having to wait for a letter of disengagement from the other lawyer before this other lawyer will even take me, because they don't want to upset any of the lawyers. That's not how they work here. So, yeah. So I have to wait. So I got a letter of disengagement being written right now. I have a really good friend that handles all that for me, so I don't got to write anything up, because when I write something, dude, it looks like chicken scratch. I ain't kidding you, it looks bad. It looks really, really bad. But, but yeah, that's how that shit goes, guys. So I'm disengaging from my lawyer, because my lawyer's not doing his job. He's not talking with me, anything else. He told Shaw that he didn't want to talk to me because I'm very demanding. Because it's not that I'm demanding. If I tell you to do something, do it. He's not watching, Nick J. What do you mean? What did he threaten Revis or something? You better be careful threatening Revis. I don't think that Frank couldn't go into court with Revis. Revis afraid Frank. That Frank was have no more money left. I've seen Revis' bank account. He showed me. I'm gonna tell you right now. If Revis decided to help me, he helps me. But I'm always going to do this my way, because I've lost all my help. And because of what I did, it's because of what Frank did, it's because of Ricky manipulating everybody. Not because of anything I've done. The only thing I've done is get on here and speak my mind and tell people what I think. People don't like it, well, shut your mouth. Well, people don't like me speaking my mind. I don't know what to tell you. If you can't handle somebody speaking their mind, then you don't need to be around me. Because I'm very upfront, I'm very forward. I'm going to tell you exactly what the fuck I think, what is on my mind, when it's on my mind, whether I'm mad or whether I'm not mad. I'm always straightforward, bro. I'm always straight. That's why people like me, because I'm upfront and honest with everybody. No, I never said the guards took my stuff. No, I didn't. That's not what I said. I said they were going to take my stuff. They took my fucking phone. They did take my fucking phone. My phone gone. Shaw'll take everything when she leaves. Shaw'll be the one to order my food. I won't have anything, bro. And I'll be locked in the cell with him Saturday. I'm locking me up right now. But I will be locked in the cell with him. Well, what day is Saturday? What, the 15th, right? Yeah. The 15th is Saturday. So that's the day I go in there. Because Shaw says she wants to collect this stuff. She don't want them touching it because this is her stuff and my stuff. They agreed. But I told them to wake up because I did tell them we're all about to roam. And it's not against the law for me to talk bad or say anything bad about the government here. I can't. All I'm playing is say that there's shit that I'm doing with what I got going on behind the scenes right now I'm not going to talk about. Because my new lawyer advised me not to let some shit out. Her and I, we talked. It's a female. I'll tell you this. We talked. And she told me, she said, look, I told her that I was a blogger, blah, blah, blah. She said, right now, she explained to me, I'm like, okay, no problem, then I won't discuss what's going on. She said, there's nothing wrong with you being on there trying to make money. She said, I can understand that. She said, you're not discussed what we're doing. I said, yes, ma'am, no problem. That's into that. Because I was asked nicely. I wasn't demanded. So I can't tell you what's going to be going on. There's some shit that's going to be happening. Yep. That is so good that she is. I've been drinking tea with honey for the past 2 weeks, bro. Before I go to bed every night, I drink 3 cups of tea with honey. Sure do, man. It's so good. If I had lemon, I need to get a lemon, but there's no way to keep it prevent it from spoiling. So I don't buy lemons. Because they only got the large lemons here, so that they don't have the small ones. If they had small ones, it wouldn't be a big deal. They only got the really big ones. If they had small ones, I could use a half of a lemon. And then I could use the other half and another cup, or I could use it. But a whole big lemon, no, can't do it. So anyway, no, I'm just on here, Steve, to tell the trolls to make sure they get right what I say. Exactly. Look. Everything I say is on a need-to-know basis. I just tell him shit that I think that I know what I know he wants to hear. So I let him know nothing. I could come on here and say I went downstairs and started beating somebody up. He'd believe it. It's like that time when they said I got locked in solitary on the second floor. That was lying. I never got locked on solitary. I did that just to see how far they would take it, and he believed it. This is how dumb he is. But yeah, they're because of all the bullshit Frank's doing. Because of what he's doing, harassing the VI. It's not my fault he's harassing the VI. He's harassing the VI on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Everything he's doing because he wants to do, not because I'm making him do it. I'm making him do it. You do anything. Well, I'll control him one way or the other. He wants control, but you're not controlling anything. And then the VI, there's shit that I'm doing. I'm working on. I can't tell you. Yeah, this shit. Yeah. Oh, but I will tell you this. I am writing up a cease and desist order on Frank. Cease and desist order. And we're complaining to the VI. On YouTube talking about me here in the Philippines or my girl. Cease and desist order. Breaks the cease and desist order, then he'll go to jail. Exactly, bro. That's what I do, bro. It's like when I'm dating a girl. This is what I do, bro. It's like if I suspect something, I'll ask 20 questions. Okay? I'll get to question 15 and jump right back to questions 7 or 8, see if I get the same answer. This is how you do it, bro. And it's like if I get mad at it, just like if I argue with a girl, I use her insecurities against her, so this way she'll shut her fucking mouth. See, yeah, a cease and desist order. That's it, bro. A cease a stop order. That means he can't be harassing me through the VI. Can't be doing that no more. So if anything goes through VI, it's going to be blamed on him. He's going to be in trouble for it. So that's just going to be taken care of. So, but I've been here all this time. I don't cause problems with the guards. I don't give them no issues. I do everything they ask me to fucking do. If I'm on YouTube, it's because I'm on here trying to make money and do get ads. I'm on here just trying to get ads and trying to keep my watch time hours up. That's all I'm doing. Because of bringing Halo, their buddies, they want to complain to the VI. It's what was that? Subdue expat something at Proton Mail. That's the email. And I think it's Halo to be honest with you. Somebody else uses Proton. I know Frank don't use Proton Mail. I don't even know what the fuck that shit is. So, but yeah. So I will lose everything Saturday. Saturday everything will be gone. Shaw's brothers coming here with the truck. And they're going to take everything. The only thing I'm going to leave here is my stove, my frying pan, my ice maker, and my glass, my scissors, and my knife, and my fork, and my plate so I can eat. Yeah, exactly. You know, I'll leave us bags there, you will. But we all know Frank's a bag, so it's okay. The trolls are running back on this channel telling him everything that's going on. Well, you motherfuckers love to kiss Frank's ass, don't you? I ask you guys a question. And just be serious. You know, this is, you know, all jokes aside, this goes for the trolls. You guys are over there telling him all kinds of bullshit, feeding into his shit, knowing he was inappropriate with an 8-year-old child, and you guys still go over there and consult with him and be nice to him, which I don't understand. I don't understand it, guys. I really don't. How can you be nice to someone who's inappropriate with kids? I mean, seriously, are you guys that way too? Do you guys like being inappropriate with kids? I'm just asking, not accusing, just asking. Is that why you're okay with Frank doing it? I mean, come on, guys. Something's got to give somewhere. Come on, I go to bed at 10 o'clock. No, you don't. You go to bed at 9 o'clock at night. Your ass can't stay awake because you're too fucking old. Well, I'm going to show you guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to show y'all exactly what this is. Let me mute the mic for just a second. Try not to me because you ain't gonna graduate. I just got into a heated discussion with a man. I'm sick of their bullshit. I'm sick of them breaking the rules for Frank. I'm tired of it. I'm done. I'm sick of sitting here suffering and going through the shit I'm going through because they want to allow Frank to do what he's doing. Makes no fucking sense. Family Chris really bullshit. Oh my god, this motherfucker's a moron, dude. But he's got about as much sense as a grasshopper's got a 12-inch cock. I mean, come on, bro. I'm sure it's a rat standing on a ladder. Yeah. I mean, why is it, you know what I mean? right. People want to make rules for me, but they don't want to make them for him or anybody else. It's only me people want to make rules for. Don't work that way. Everybody has to follow the rules. I hate cops. Can't stand cops. I got some good friends that are cops, but they're good men. Anybody who wears a badge thinks that badge and that gun is a license to do what they want to with whoever they want to. And it don't work that way. See, in America, the taxpayer pays the cop's salary. They're protect and serve. They have to do what the fuck we say. In America, the citizens are the boss of the police, not the other way around.
And he's a big taxpayer.
I think they make up the fucking rules. He's going to be last without your. He's not. He's going to be last without your strings. What? I'm not a criminal. I just don't like cops, dude. I don't like cops. I don't like walking down the street. Hey, let me see your ID. Why? I've never seen you before. That's the whole point, motherfucker. You don't need to see my ID. You got a warrant? You hiding something? No. What's Social Security? What's your Social Security number? What's your address? What's your address? No, there's no point. If you're not doing anything, they got no reason to fuck with you. Hey, yeah, you're right. He's gonna be. Oh, lost. I thought it. No, it says last. Lost. Okay, gotcha. He ain't gonna be lost. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to tell him though, bro. No, because I deleted all my live streams. All my live streams are gone. All you got is videos and shorts up. That's all you got now. So, and that's all that's going to be up.
Is that what you think?
So this stream here is going to be gone too.
No, it ain't. Playing it right now.
Yeah, they do. They do ask white folks for ID, bro. That's where you're wrong. It ain't just bullshit. That's racist, man. Fuck off some of it. See, I don't like shit like that, Maximus. That's racist as fuck, bro. I don't like racist people, man. You got to go. I don't got no white privilege. You tell me what privilege that I got is white. If you come in and you say some shit like that again, Maximus, I'm gonna block you. If you're racist in my stream again, you'll get blocked. I'm not Frank. I'm not gonna allow that shit here. I'm not a racist. I don't like people being racist in my stream.
So now he's calling me a racist.
Understand? So fuck off with that bullshit. This is your only warning you're gonna get on that. I don't give a second chance on stupid shit like that. Don't be dumb, bro. Anyway. Man. But yeah. Now I know that, but if he's racist again, Steve, he'll get blocked. I don't like race. What's up, Queen? Yeah. What's up, Lingus King? How are you doing? Dude? No? Put my fucking thumbs, and I'm gonna be behind fucking bars again because of all this stupid shit Frank's fucking doing. They're breaking Halo because they can't stop complaining on it. I mean, I don't understand why they fucking do it. I don't get it. I mean, they're not gonna. I know what they're hoping for. They're gonna shit in people's hand. Look, I wish they would. Man, dude, that would not be a good idea. I don't get offended. I just don't like being called fucking white privilege. I don't like being said that I have white privilege, and that's racist to me. Somebody says that shit, man, dude, I wasn't raised privileged. There ain't nobody privileged in America but the super rich. So fuck off with that bullshit. That shit's got me irritated, bro. I'm seriously thinking about fucking timing you out for that, Maximus, for real. I'm gonna be pissed. Bruh, you're preaching to the choir there and see. Yeah, I've never been that drunk either. Why should I have? But that was only one time I got rolled and I never got that drunk ever again. I've been that drunk here. they're putting hard ass concrete. I've never had anybody touch me while I'm sleeping, no, thank God. Knock on wood. Only person do when I sleep with my girl. So, yesterday was Sean's birthday. She just turned 40 years old, so everybody go over to whoever's following her and wish her a happy birthday, lay happy birthday, guys. I'm on my Facebook page, so yeah. Yeah, bring them on in. He's like, oh yeah, there you go. It's the Rebel Yip. Oh yeah. But yeah. I bought some honey from SNR the other day. It was real honey. I opened it and the seal that was on the honey was open, so I gave it to the agent. You ever see the South Park episode you guys serve? No. He'd lose, bro. He'd lose good. He would lose wholeheartedly. He would lose. Guarantee it. Honey doesn't go bad. Conversation. Like my best buddy, man, what he does for a living, bro, we talk for hours about everything. Every day, man, it's always new conversation, different shit we talk about. We talk about Deputy Dipshit, Darren Bantayan, talk about a whole lot of shit, bro. Darren Bantayan. Oh yeah, we do, bro. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Here. I'm not gonna be doing no prison time. I will get a fine instead of fucking prison. Motherfuckers are morons, dude. Political, bro. Alright, bye, LOL. We'll see you later, man. Take care. I'm not gonna have your negativity in my stream. Bye-bye. You're assuming, bro. You know how to spell assume? You know what assume spells? Ask you and me. Bye, bro. Yeah, world's going crazy. It's open free speech. Exactly, bro. I know shit, right? It's too funny. What Ricky says is true that Frank got shifted with 40,000 USA in a real estate deal. Man, what's up, CFD? How you doing, man? Long time no see, buddy. So you're just doing a stream, man, hoping to make a few donos, either PayPal or Super Chats. Have a little bit of help trying to make up about $200, bro. You know? If you guys want to donate to PayPal, it's Shaw's birthday. Till I told in the morning, you know. If you guys want to donate, I'll give it to her and she'll tell you I'll give it to her. So yeah. I think it's a matter of time. Yeah, and they sit there talking all that shit, bro. I don't want any more negativity in my stream. If anybody's gonna bring any negativity, it's gonna be me and not anybody else. No, sorry. If you want to talk, you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation, bro. I mean, if you want to have, we can talk all day long. Man, dude, I'll be your best buddy. to talk to you, listen to what you got to say, and try to talk with you. And maybe we can, tell lies and talk about girls once we do, shoot the shit, tell stories over a beer. That's fine. And everybody, before he dies, when able to go home and see my cousin, because I was locked up in this fucking place because of fucking Frank. My cousin died of cancer. Somebody I was close to, I was raised in the same house. We actually grew up.
And that's my fault that he died of cancer.
My cousin, he was my brother. That's another thing too, bro. That Frank don't give a damn about his family. The only thing he gives a shit about is when he's visiting fucking kids and her family to take care of. He don't give a damn about his daughter, her kids. He really gives a shit less about his family, but he's more concerned.
Really? And why are they all set up for the future if I didn't give a shit about them?
Concerned about this one here. And in the long run, this one here would leave him sick, high and dry. Does he think she's gonna sell that fucking house? No. She ain't gonna sell that house. She's not gonna sell that house.
And you know that for sure. You know that for sure. You know that for sure. That she wouldn't be willing to sell the house if we needed to. And you know that for sure. You know that for sure.
Keep that house. Is what she's gonna do. She's gonna keep that fucking house.
Well, actually, technically it is her house, and she can do whatever she wants for it. But if a situation came up, she'd sell it in a heartbeat.
She's gonna keep that fucking house. She's not gonna sell it for him. She's not gonna want to fucking live in another country away from her kids.
Why not? She could visit her kids anytime. It's feasible, doable.
Is he stupid to think she's gonna want to do that? She's got kids living with her now. Her youngest one's ready. She wants to be alone with. She wants to live in another country with him.
Hey, she had to work in Brunei when her kids were growing up. She worked there for a number of years. Kids are taken care of. They're not infants, they're not babies, they're the smallest of teenagers now.
But he's a traitor of the U.S. Bitch ass punk. And Shaya's coming over to the U.S. She's already asked. She's already asked. And she meets all the requirements. But
No, she don't.
buddy boy. Buddy boy. She's already got the paperwork. She's just gonna do some travel
What a fucking liar.
here and there. First her cousin. Her cousins and I think one of her brothers is gonna go with her. I think Jerry, the crazy one's gonna go with her.
She's calling one of her brothers a crazy one.
And her other cousin, her cousin's brother, her
Make up a name.
her two cousins, and her brother's gonna go with her. Yeah, so she's gonna get some travel. Not saying where she's going.
And she listens. She sits there listening to his shows. And she don't say nothing to him. Why you lie so much, Barry? Why do you lie so much? Perfect mate.
Nice tea, baby. That's so good, boy. I love it. Dude,
Wow, the tea was so good he had to do the hillbilly rebel yell.
I love it. Well, see, the thing is, Frank, I'm so rich I could buy 2 or 3 cars if I wanted to, man. So mean you tell me, Frank, you got like 6, 7 million pesos sitting in the bank, bro.
More.
That's none of your business, Jimmy. I'm not even gonna answer that question, bro. It's none of your business. Brother, sorry, buddy. Take care of yourself, troll.
Okay, well, you guys, you heard enough. I heard enough. And that was his last show that he said, well, that was not going to be put on. He was going to take off all his shows. Again, the question is, what is he hiding? Why is he hiding? Why would he take off all his shows unless he was guilty of something? So if you go down the list, too big of a list of everything he mentioned on there. A cease and desist, having a new lawyer that's gung-ho, a female Perry Mason type of person, and he's not going to do any more live streaming anymore, and it goes on and on and on. And that he's not going to get sentenced, that he's going to get a fine and be able to go on his merry way home. Well, buckaroo, that remains to be seen. Don't get too ahead of yourself here, boy. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Because it may not happen your way, it may not go your way, bro. It may not go your way. And chances are it's not going to. I lost track of his lies in this so-called last live stream. Yeah. Right. And Ricky can fly. Let's get this party started. Well, needless to say, I don't have to go through the history of what's been happening on YouTube between me and the Frisbee. It's been a long time awaited, and this has been going on for quite a while. And a lot of y'all love the drama. Some of you don't like it. Some of you want to see it come to an end. Some of you seem to want to have more train wrecks in the process. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Some people think I don't get it, but I do. But as long as Frisbee doesn't do any live shows, I won't do any live. We'll make a deal. But I don't think he can hold out. I don't think he can. Now, whether or not he's got a new lawyer, remember, when his lips are moving, this is not a guy that you can actually believe. Definitely was going to get married on February 22nd. Oh, he told everyone. Special guest. Girlfriend's going to make some food, the whole bit. But then, not to our surprise, the wedding is off. The wedding is off. Right, Frank, the wedding is off. Yeah, oh, big surprise on that. Big surprise on that.
Oh, the immigration's coming over. How many times executives have come over to visit him, giving him assurances, and sometimes they were kind of giving a little wacky-do, saying don't do this and don't that. Even sent him a letter that he read on the computer live, directed to his privacy only, for his eyes only. But what did he do? He read it. Okay, the rest is pretty much history. There is a trial going on. His name is Barry Lee Jordan. There are 5 separate counts. As you know, cyber libel. And as you know, he's been incarcerated for almost 22 months. 22 months. And he said ever since, I'll be out for Thanksgiving. I'll be out for Christmas. I'll be out for New Year's. Next year comes, I'll be out for Thanksgiving. I'll be out for Christmas. I'll be out for New Year's. But for some reason, it just never happened. Well, what he don't realize is a certain reality of his situation that goes way beyond the initial issues. Way beyond, because you got other people involved. There's that 13 again. My goodness. I know you're up listening to this, Popeye. Yeah, you have to be. Well, let's see what time is it there. Well, you could be. And I know he's listening. He claims that this Saturday, a truck, not a car, not a trike, but a truck. A truck. He says a truck is coming by to get his belongings. He's going to keep the stove. He's going to keep the coffee maker. But he has so much stuff in his cell that a truck, mind you, a truck, is going to come over to get his belongings. Like, what the fuck does he have in his jail cell that a truck needs to come over to remove his belongings? Now he's speaking about Saturday. This is going to be my last broadcast. I swear, it's going to be my last broadcast. Well, I took off all my videos. Yeah, but I kind of, like, copied all your videos. I even copied and, produced your last show that you said nobody was going to see. Hello? That didn't work. What is working out for you, sir? Tell me what is working out. We all know it ain't working out. What is working out for you? Claims he has a new lawyer. Female. In fact, I had to mention the sex. It was female. She said, it's okay. This is where he's so full of shit. It's okay for you to be making money on YouTube, honey. No, it's not. He shouldn't even be on YouTube, okay? That's how I know he's bullshitting again. He shouldn't even be on YouTube. No representative, an attorney, is going to represent him when he has all these charges on him, which has to do with YouTube, which has to do with cyber libel, and his attorney is going to tell him, oh, you have the right to make money, honey. She puts on a southern accent, too. It's all right, my little corn chugger. It's okay. You can make money. You have the right to make money. No, he don't. Because if he really had a lawyer, he or she or it would say, listen, Boomerang, Bubba, son, you need not to go on YouTube anymore. Not for a comment, not a short, not a live stream. Do you understand, Bubba? None of the above. And not to make money. I mean, it's not like he's running away with a big cache of money. Cachet. That ain't happening. Never was. So, we know he can't get married. And he's not. We know he can't get a 13A. Okay, so where does he stand on all this? Well, he needs to go to trial. That's for one. Oh, yeah. He needs to hear my testimony. That's for 2. And I can't wait for the testimony as of 3. I wish I could just bring the court date a lot sooner. But I have no control of that. This has been going on such a long time. I think we're all aging out there since this started. Some of you got wrinkles where you never had them before. Since this all started, that's how long back it's going. But during the whole process of this, he continued to be the asswipe that he's proved himself to be, continued to take out a gun and shoot his feet every time he opened his mouth. Well, you know what happens when he opens his mouth. Okay. He continued to do the same things that got him in trouble in the first place. We've heard that like probably 300 times so far. It's got to be at least 300 times. With all that being said and done, he continued to make these videos, live streams. The question is, how do you get through to somebody who is so dense? So dense. You could cut it with a knife, it's so dense. It's hard to get through to somebody like that. It really comes down to he has to face his reality. Like I said, I'll deal with his girlfriend situation, and I will do whatever I have to do to make sure everything comes to fruition, if you know what I'm saying, in regards to her report and my defense against her report. Then the good stuff happens afterwards. After we prove she perjured herself, and after we prove that she's been aiding and abetting him and harboring him, she might be facing some uncomfortable situation because she didn't want to get rid of the report. She did not want to cancel the report. She knows she's wrong. She knows she's lying, but she's doing this all for Loverboy, who now we could call Flubberboy because he gained quite a bit of weight. All this for Flubberboy, for what? I don't know. Some people have their own theories. Maybe he's good in bed. Man, people think he might be good for something. Maybe he's got a wiener the size of a soubrette hot dog, you know. Who knows? A bigger sausage, you know? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? You think somebody's got to be good for something. I just can't really think of any viable reason. Well, I have a reason to really think that he could do anything good in his life and has done anything good in his whole goddamn life. But I tell you what, I've been enjoying the ride for the past couple of years. I've been enjoying the ride. Hitch and ride. Watching the train wreck. How many times can you train wreck? Well, in his case, a lot. And I guess he's not going to learn until he's actually in an orange jumpsuit and he's in one of these nice establishments that the Philippines has spread out. But he doesn't think that's going to happen. His so-called new lawyer. His new lawyer says not only does he have the right to go on YouTube and make money, likely story, but that they're not going to put him in jail for what he said. They're just going to give him a little fine and say, well, son, you got a summary deportation order. We're just going to ship you out of the country, and good luck. But you're going to have to pay for your own transportation. Well, let's look at it this way. I'll look at it at every different angle I can look at this. Number one, I don't think that's going to happen. As I said, we're going to introduce more evidence on this. We're going to show the judge how vile, how violent, how sick, and how deteriorated his brain is. will make the judge understand how fucking undesirable this guy is. To never be able to come into this country again once he actually does get deported. Now, I said I look at this at a lot of different angles. What have I accomplished so far? Got his ass arrested with his immigration? Shit, I had to pay my fees. Fuck that shit. Why shouldn't he? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have gone that route with him. If he had shut his mouth from years ago. But he was so cocky about it, and how immigration doesn't give a shit about foreigners, and how immigration is not going to do nothing to him. Like they're never going to do anything to him. What happened? Where is he now? They did something. I could have let that go too. But he got so goddamn cocky, I said, fuck this. I got to pay my fees. He needs to pay his fees too. He's nothing extra special. The world doesn't know him shit. Although in his mind he thinks so. It's not his swarthy good looks that get him by in life. It's his lying, his conniving demeanor and personality. He's been playing this up all his life. All right, so you know how the story continued and why he hasn't been out of his cell. Because he's got charges on him and he's in a court trial. And once that's over with, they can decide what the hell they want to do with him. They might even give him a lollipop and tell him to go home and be a good boy. Hey, anything could happen. I'm at least glad to say that, and I'll say it again, I got the motherfucker off the streets. So he didn't take money off anybody else, didn't harm in any form or way any Filipinos. I think I did everybody justice in this country. But no, do they appreciate that? I don't think so. Maybe you should. It could be your daughter that he's taken money from or wants to date. Oh, that'll be a different story, wouldn't it? Unless it affects you personally. You kind of stand in the sidelines and watch Deputy Dog do his job, right? Isn't that what it comes down to? Well, you know what? I did my job. But my job ain't over. However, YouTube is not the court system. YouTube is not a court of law with all these supposed learned armchair lawyers on here who are making their own predictions that don't know a goddamn thing about the law. Unless they look it up on Google, then they become a professional. Void the license, of course, and the pedigree of becoming a lawyer, but they're all lawyers. Even I'm not a lawyer. I'd probably make a pretty good paralegal if that was the direction I ever wanted to go in. However, I'm not. And I'm just going to depend on the court system to do their job. And wherever this thing goes, it goes. And he'll have to deal with it. Hello, Brisket. Good evening. Donald Trump won't save Bummer. Oh, well, yeah, you rewrote. I saw that. Yeah, I got the email. I know. He actually wrote on, what was that, Twitter? Yeah. How many formats is this guy on? He's writing to the president like the president's going to answer him back. The president is dealing with war and peace and screwing the country up and pushing his power around. He's not interested with Barry asking him, hey, man, I'm a foreigner living in another country. Trump don't give a shit about other countries anyway. He don't give a shit. And he don't give a shit about some fucking loser in the Philippines. Yeah, Trump, I'm sure he answered him. Maybe we missed that part, Brisket, where President Trump said, "Hey, I'm at your service, man." You called him a P. Oh, save me, Donald. Oh, yeah. Oy vey. This has been quite taxing on me, I have to tell you that. I'm feeling the drag of this thing now. So, this thing has to come to an end one way or the other. But it's not going to be by me dropping any charges. The amount of spelling mistakes he made in 3 weeks. Well, they say about me. My situation is not that I have bad grammar. My situation is I don't wear my glasses when I'm supposed to. And I'm hitting keys on there. And sometimes I'll see it and I'll do the spell checker and I'll correct it. But I'm very impulsive. And I'll just write something and let it be. And, it's not really professional. I mean, to do that, it's not proper grammar. It's not, most people have some sort of spell checker. And there's really no excuse for that with me. But with me, it's just error made by, not because I can't spell a word, but it's because I don't take the time to correct. I kind of figure, they know what I mean. They know what I mean. After it's already been written. Oh, looks like Popeye's up and at it again. He's up and at it again. At this hour. The final countdown. The final steps on the mountain are the hardest. They are. Hey, Robert, you doing a second show today? Man, you do have some time on your hands. I don't know. I think he secretly admires me. Well, Robert's now been with a woman in how many years now? Maybe he took kind of a shining to me or something. I thought about that every now and then. Maybe he goes both ways. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. What would Popeye do without me? I really don't know. You have to ask him that. He'd be pretty goddamn bored because I think his soap operas are no longer on TV. And how often can he go to bingo? And how often does he go to the casino, The rest of the time, he's home and whatever he does in the basement with the lights turned down. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares, actually? The guy's a creep, no matter how you look at it. Brisket says, Popeye takes a shining to you? Well, he did give this, his ex a shiner. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's what I heard. That is what I heard. Yeah. He's too busy calling out all these unqualified names to me, but I think it's some of the things he's done in his life. Like his wife. Yeah. And the only reason he has that house, because it was just inherited from Jean, his mother. He wouldn't be able to go out and afford a house. He wasn't making that much money, even in his working years. Man, I'm getting tired of hearing of Trump these days. It's happening, folks, and everything I'm reading about America right now, it's dead. It's not dying, it's dead. The big cities in America, nobody could afford to live in anymore. I told you about that stuff with New York City in particular. I couldn't believe what I was reading, man. It's that bad that people are fighting like rats for a place to shelter themselves, and nobody could afford. They could barely find a room to rent that they could even afford on their retirement money. It's that bad. But now, Trump with the illegal immigrants, it's becoming a ghost town. That's how many immigrants were there. But, he was president before. Why didn't he resolve that problem on his last presidency? Oh, now all of a sudden he's a big guy, flexing his muscles, try to prove a point. But he was in office before, and he wanted to build that wall, or he did build the wall, or reinforce it, whatever he did. But he still never resolved the problem. They were still coming in. Why didn't he do it back then? Why? Why didn't he do it back then? Popeye says you can beat a you can't beat a mobility scooter, but you can beat your wife. The lowlife's on here. I know. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So he's doing a double show today, Popeye. Must be one of those days. Whatever keeps the boy occupied, understanding his lifestyle. I spread a little sunshine his way. I'm always happy to do that. I'm not discriminate. Well, I'm kind of winding down here. Just wanted to review a couple of things. I think things are kind of happening with Barry right now, and I think, things are kind of crushing down on him real fast here. I think everything took some momentum. It took momentum, had to build up. So the funny thing he was saying is that I'm harassing the immigration. If you mean I'm informing him, you'd be correct, but you're harassing him. You're the one that's knocking, mocking, doxing, or whatever, the Bureau of Immigration, not me. Everything from the police to any kind of person in authority. Brisket says, when Popeye rebroadcasts you beforehand, do you think he pulls the socks up or pulls them down? Well, I think he pulls them down. All that bursitis in his feet, he needs to air it out. I'm not what else he puts down. Maybe he pulls down his pants when he hears my voice. Afterwards, he probably plays the old song, I'm in the mood for love. Every time you do a live stream, when you do a live stream, I'm in the mood for love. You know what? Let me tell you something. Nothing surprises me these days. Absolutely nothing. But I really wish I could be like that fly on the wall, with a little camera on the wall, and see what really goes on in his household with him and what he actually does all day and night. Besides putting his volume loud on his phone and waiting for that notification notice for when I put a show on. I will have problems sleeping tonight now. Oh, don't worry about it, man. I'm not going to do a long broadcast. I'm going to go to bed slightly earlier tonight. Maybe not. Well, as long as she's up, I'll be up, because I won't be able to go to sleep until she goes to sleep. Because I'm a light sleeper. If I go to bed before her, then she gets into bed, she's going to wake my ass up. So, yeah. I'm in the mood for love. And tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Very special day for people that are fortunate enough to have a Valentine. No fancy candies or nothing. We've ate enough chocolates here and there. But there'll be cake because it's a kid's birthday too. The older one that lives with us. So we are going out. Absolutely. We are going out as a family for Valentine's Day. We already paid for the buffet ahead of time, signed up for it. And we do this every year. Every year. Do you think Popeye bathes in a tub with little rubber boats in the water and him playing Battleship? That would not surprise me. But yeah, where's your Valentine this year, Popeye? Huh? Tell us about that. Where's your Valentine this year? Am I your Valentine? Do you want to be my Valentine? Oh, shucks. You're making me blush. But, you know, Popeye, I don't swing that way. I got a woman here. I'm not interested in men. But I feel very sad for you. How many years now without a woman at your side? That's sad. Even Ricky's having a hard time with that. He can't even get a pay-for date. What's with that? Here, Frank. What is that? What's with that? I think that Popeye is lonely. I am convinced. What about you, Brisket? Are you convinced that Popeye is lonely? I'm very convinced. That's the sad. You know, look, when you hit that point in your life, you don't know how critical it is. Because you will leave this earth faster. If you don't have a loving companion, you will leave this earth faster. Brisket says Popeye does a few rounds on a boxing bag to remember what it was like having a partner. You could be right. Get his aggression out. Not on me. Hit a bag. Don't get your aggression out on me. I don't know who he likes, really. He even argues with his adopted boy, unofficially adopted boy, Nico. Although he's taken some abuse from Nico, but he's so desperate for a talking friend that he lets Nico step all over him. I don't know if you noticed that or not. I certainly did. Yes, Valentine's Day. And I don't forget birthdays. I don't forget holidays. I don't forget Valentine's Day. I don't forget those special times, special dates. Brexit said Popeye's the kind of person who, after passing away, their bodies found weeks after being eaten by feral cats. Yeah. No, he'll go before his dog does. His little foo-foo dog will probably make a meal out of him. But he might be too salty from all those years he spent in the Navy. The dog probably spit him out. I don't really think his daughter knows what he does, though, in the dark basement with the curtains closed. The only light in the room is coming from his computer screen. What does he do? Are you waiting for me? He's waiting for me! You're right, Frank. He's waiting for you. Hey, he's waiting for you. Take it easy, George. Could be true. Stranger things have happened. And a lot of strange things happen on YouTube. Am I not right? All these goobers with no one for Valentine's Day. Shit, we're going out for a buffet, baby. And we're going to have a cake, too, because, well, one of her son's birthdays. Going to be 15. And we always celebrate together. We're not going to leave him at home. It's his birthday. We take him out, both of them out. Family thing. So we'll have a good time. There'll be a little music there. And for those people who could afford a buffet, they will show up. They're mostly old couples, of course. And you'll see a lot of foreigners there. And most time, I've been to these events, I've seen all these foreigners with a belly that needs a zip code. To each his own type stuff. Probably got a big wallet. But you can't just walk in there. You got to have a reservation. You got to pay in advance. It's one of those joints. Mazda 9, the defense jumper, says, let's not forget the great octogenarian Don C. Why don't we just say, let's forget him? That's better. Okay, here's the deal, Carmel. I really love talking to you boys. You fulfill the void in my life. Now, if the junior mint, frisbee, cockroach, mantis manages to stay off live streaming, I could do the same. I could do the same. If he shuts his mouth, I won't talk about him. Got a new year here, folks, if you haven't figured it out yet. And I should have been off in the beginning of the year. I'm still here. What's with that? Well, if there's no evidence to get off him, there's no reason to vlog. Now, I'm not purposely trying to bait the guy, but it always kind of works out that way. If he hears me do a show, there's almost a guarantee that he comes on at some point. But what he's trying to do in his own right is to egg me on to, actually to bait me, hoping in the desperate situation he's in, he could catch something I say that he could use against me. He hasn't done very well with that. Actually, he hasn't done well with that at all. Although, man, did I pick up new evidence this past week. I mean, holy shit. Who could ask for anything more? But there's no guarantees in life. Except death, taxes, and idiots on YouTube. That's the third one I'll just add in. Oh, and that four, Republicans are going to ruin the United States. You see all the shit he's trying to do right now to impress people? And people are cattle. That's what cattle do. You get a charismatic leader, somebody, whether they're religious or political, if they're charismatic in their own way, they got a lot of power. People are not able to think for themselves. It's almost like they're getting brainwashed. The guy is going to lead the United States into war with somebody. And his famous words, we're going to get there, folks. I'm going to fix the economy. It may hurt for a few years. Well, it's very easy for him to say. He's a billionaire. No U.S. citizen wants to hurt for 3 years or a couple of years. I told you the crises are going on in the big cities, like, everywhere, San Francisco, New York, all the major cities especially. You can't afford the rent. Nothing. And when you find something, what do you get for your money? Well, the average rent on it, if you could find a one-bedroom, it might be $3,500 in New York City. And if you're retired, you may not be making $35,000, or maybe you will. But what else are you going to live on? Trump wants to cut state-funded programs, reducing people's food stamps and other benefits. Of course, a billionaire could dictate that. He's a billionaire. People are already suffering, and he wants them to suffer more. As I said, you voted for him, I didn't. I want no part of that. Meanwhile, Bummer's waiting for a SEAL team to breach Cebu immigration and rescue him. I don't think that SEAL team is going to come. Maybe he could join them when you wear those big pair of slippers. If he could jump in a body of water somewhere, he could manage to swim away. Or Brevis will come to the rescue. Well, he already brought him a baseball bat weapon. How about slipping him a file or something in a piece of cake, Brevis? You didn't do that one. What about bringing over some nerve gas or something? Or put the guards asleep with something. And bail Barry out, get him to the nearest steamer or tramp ship. That place would be so easy for him to escape. He waits till the guards are asleep, he's out of there. And I'll tell you the truth, I'm surprised he hasn't done it so far. I'm really surprised, knowing what he's probably facing, so... Meanwhile, Bummer's waiting for the SEAL team. Is the Magic 13 number there, man? Robert, why don't you tell us what happened with Roberto? Tell us the truth. What really happened with Roberto? We want to know. What are you hiding? You're hiding something. We know you are. Besides hiding that chiseled Navy face of yours. One question. I'll have one question for you, Robert. Do you walk around with a sailor hat on? I'm just curious, on a daily basis. Do you wear your old uniform when you get on your mobility scooter? That's two questions, I guess, or more. When you go to the supermarket or the bingo, or when you go to play at the casino. Do you wear that little Navy hat? Bummer doesn't like swimming. It's too hard to keep this cigarette dry. Hey, that was a good one. Oh no, even when he was living in Moalboal, he just did not want to go swimming. All the good beaches around there, I hear there's some beaches, and you wouldn't see him going in the ocean. There's one time they went to this dumpy little resort place over there, and to impress his girlfriend, because the camera was on, he jumped in the water, but I think he was really reluctant to do that. Probably scared the shit out of me. I don't think him and water go together, and I mean it in a lot of ways. Sometimes you need to put water to the skin for the purpose of cleansing yourself. And who knows what's coming out of that water that he gets in there. Do you know he's got it bathed with that bottled water, the big 5-gallon jugs? So you got to pick it up, got to be able to pick it up. I don't know, pour it into a bucket or something. Then you got that other little cup, and you just drench yourself with it, And usually, hopefully, with soap, And in this case, hopefully, disinfectant soap. Or antibacterial soap, yeah. Okay, I said I wasn't going to do an all-nighter here, but here's the deal. If he could stay off live streaming, so could I. Maybe it's both our opportunity to put this to rest. I don't mean I'm going to drop the case. That's not what I mean. He knows what he has to do. If he's going to get even remotely a square deal from me, he knows what he has to do. Otherwise, I'm not budging. I'm going to be a budgie bird, an English budgie bird. I'm not going to budge. Not going to happen. But he's stubborn, and he's cocky, and he wants to see how far he can take this. He's thinking that something miraculous is going to happen during the way, and he's going to be out, he's going to be free until they deport him. No prison time. Well, I'll be the first person to say that there's no guarantees in life at all. There's no guarantee what's going to happen. I can't even guarantee. I can't guarantee the judge is even going to give him 6 months. I can't guarantee the judge is going to say, throw you both clowns out the fucking country. I can't guarantee anything. It's a wait and see game. That's all it is. You can talk about this forever. Popeye for president, Baguio Drama Club. Brisket says, have you received his season? No, and desist order? I think he called it a season resist order. That's only Barry could do. No, I haven't. No, I'm looking forward to that. I'm just looking forward for this whole thing to be over. I can't be more honest than that. Roll the dice, whatever happens. I mean, something's got to give sooner or later. Get it over with. Personally, I really hope he doesn't do any more shows because I might have to force myself to listen to it, and have to be honest with you, I can't stand listening to his voice. And his little hillbilly rebel yells. That's got to be the worst. The guy makes me cringe. You can't get more hillbilly than that. Hey, they got hills in Alabama. He ain't just plain old country folk. He's a hillbilly. Okay, let me finish the comments here. Maybe he placed the Caesar salad order. Poor boy's desperate for a salad. What did he say? His girlfriend's coming over tomorrow or something? That's the last thing I heard. That a truck is coming over to get the rest of his belongings. A truck. Like I said, what has he got in that little cell? He needs a truck? Maybe a little bit of hyperbole going on here. In his case, there always is. A truck, not a car, not a trike or a box. A truck. A truck. Okay. I didn't know he had that much stuff accumulated for 22 months. A truck. A biohazard truck. You guys are pretty good with the comments here. It's good to make me laugh, though. Hey, man, I just take things day by day, man. That's all you can really do. You're always going to find some adversity in life somewhere. You just get through it. Just do what you feel that you need to do. And how you do it is your business, but you want to do things that you're not going to hurt anybody unnecessarily. That's the way to do things properly. Unless they really deserve it. When I say hurt, I don't mean physically hurt. Maybe sometimes our ego will get a little bit of, downsized, but there's nothing wrong with that. Some of these people's egos need to be knocked down a few notches, such as a guy who's doing a simulcast. They all have skeletons in their closets, man. If you listen hard enough on their shows, you could almost hear the clanging, the clinking of their bones in the closet. Maybe he has thousands of books, philosophy, law, poetry. Oh, yeah, he's the type. He probably listens to opera, too. Yeah. Of course. Wouldn't you think he's an opera aficionado? I could tell he's that type. All right, even though I'm starting to get goofy tonight, it's getting late. Are you having your meal now, Rob? No, actually, what would it be? It'd be 9 in the morning at Popeye's place, wouldn't it? Around 9 or so, or 8. About 8. So he has to get up and have his breakfast with me, and then he'll have his dinner with me. Is this like, a breakfast date, dinner date situation, Robert? Benny the Benzo is tightening his grip, I see. No, I haven't even taken it. I don't always, actually. I take 2 Benadryl, 25 milligrams sometimes. I'm not always taking that, by the way. I spread it out, so like tonight I'll take 225 milligrams diphenhydramine, which is, Benadryl. Nothing wrong with that. It's not a benzodiazepine. I'll switch off. And tonight's a different kind of Benny. Actually, it's a Diphen. No, it's a different Benny. It's a Benadryl. That's right. It's a different kind of Benny. It's a Benadryl. Barry the Bonzo is tightening his grip. Oh, Benny the Benzo. Okay. Benny the Benzo. What a swell guy. Tucks me into sleep every night. Benny the Benzo. Benny the Benzo. It's not like winning a fight. But anyway, I'm getting goofy without meds. I don't know what people think they are. It doesn't energize you. It doesn't make you high. It doesn't do anything like that. It just, it deals with your respiration. Is basically all it really does. Some people take it in the daytime. It might make them a little kicked back a little bit. According to taking, there's some people that take the major amount, 2 milligrams. Holy shit. 4 times a day. I take 1/4 of a milligram once, that's at night. So for those that believe I'm like popping pills like M&Ms, no, that's not what's going on at all. I told you, I'm not really into medicine. I don't, unless it's natural medicine or something. I'm really not into meds. I don't like meds. I don't like taking them. I don't even like taking antibiotics unless I really, really, really have to. Yeah. Bummer the Bozo is losing the plot. Well, guys, I'll end off by saying that, look, whatever goes down, goes down. This is not a court of law. It's okay that we have these discussions about what's going on here now and then. We've done that in the past tremendously, but, let the court handle this matter and just let it be. And whatever goes down, just goes down. Accept it, whatever, and move on. Hopefully he will have learned a lesson from all this, which, unfortunately, I don't think he has that character to build upon himself in a more positive way and recognize his mistakes and, grow from it, learn from it. He's not that type of person. He's too cocky for that, for his own good. I just can't see him doing any kind of a big changeover. You're a 0.25, yeah, kind of guy. Yeah, 1/4 of a milligram. That's it. That's it. I don't know what people think I was taking. It's one of the weakest doses you could take it at. It doesn't make you high, although there's a lot of people try to take a shitload of that to use as a recreational drug, but it really doesn't work as a recreational drug. In fact, you can get a seizure. You take too much of that shit. Overload on GABA and everything. You can't use that as a recreational drug. You just can't. Although these stoners, man, they'll pop anything in their mouth. Hey, let's see what happens with this one, huh? Hey, what if I take 2 of these? Hey, give me one of those. What's that? Oh, I don't care what it is. Just give me it. And believe me, I've known people that did that. They wouldn't even ask what you got in your hand. Just give me it. They'd swallow it. Hey, you're going to make me high? I swear they had that mentality. I've met plenty of people like that. They'd pop pills as if they were candy coated. Mazda 9. Why do you even come to my channel? Are you lonely tonight? Pop, I hope you're having a good, what would it be, breakfast for you? You could have that bacon, right? I know you have that bacon right? Bacon. You're a bacon kind of guy. I think Ricky's about on his last leg, I have to tell you that. I've been looking at his shows and looking at his face, man. He's not looking too good. I've seen a few people comment on there too, actually. He's not looking that well. How do I know? Because I've met him before. And I see and remember him then. And I see him now when he's on his show. He's not looking good. Like death warmed over. Ricky's got to watch it. And, you know, I don't wish death on Ricky. Kind of a guy you think I am. I don't wish that on anybody, so I wouldn't want to wish it on myself. I'm just saying that people need to spend more time thinking about their own body and their health instead of the gossip and, you know, waiting for more train wrecks and getting on there and making allegations, false allegations, and defaming people. And I think if you're in a position like Ricky and Barry and people of that nature, I think you got a lot more to worry about that you should be attending to yourself than to worry about what I say on my channel or trying to play a courthouse on YouTube. It's not a courthouse. And none of these idiots are lawyers. Okay. Big rains here can hardly... Oh, you're in the Philippines, right? Mars says, I'm just lonely. Bingo parlor is closed. You know, I really don't know what else to say. I've talked about this every day for how fucking long. All right, there's a court case. Let's just bring it on, get it over with. That's all. That's where I stand on this. There's going to come a time when I don't ever have to think about Barry again. When he's put away in a place that he belongs, get him off the streets even further. The streets are safe without him on it in the Philippines. And then his eventual permanent removal from the Philippines, it's over. Well, he'll still do his show when he's in America. That's not going to stop him. And just talk about me 24/7. But you know what? I don't tend to really listen to shows that are in America, really. Since I'm living in the Philippines, I tend to listen to a lot of, you know, Philippine YouTube shows. Somebody like Popeye, who's insignificant, he's not in the Philippines. I don't even know why he still hangs around in this genre. He hasn't been here in 45 years. I don't know what the purpose is. Same thing as Don C's in Thailand. What's the purpose? Indonesia. Oh, you're in Indonesia? Where in Indonesia? Oh, why did Kevin choose Vietnam? Is that supposed to be the cheapest place to live? Well, at least that's Big E was telling him. Is that why Kevin wound up switching over to Vietnam? Very humid in Thailand. My body cannot take it. It gets pretty humid here. And my body usually can't take it either. Well, you can be anywhere in Southeast Asia or anywhere in Asia. It's going to be hot and humid. Don't think you can get away from it unless you want to go up in the mountains. That's the only relief you're going to get, like Baguio and places like that. I couldn't live in Baguio. I figured that out real quick, you know. Not because they don't love smoking there. It's just it's too condensed with people, a lot of traffic. And that traffic, you know, carbon, you know, exhaust you see it hanging in the air. That's how bad it got. I remember a few times during that short visit I made there that I really felt it in my lungs. I mean, it's bad enough that I smoke, but I really felt my lungs practically collapse on me or something. It was so intense. But okay, anyway, I gotta go here anyway. If the boy can stay off, I can stay off. Let's call it a challenge. Unless there's something so absolutely necessary to announce or something, but we'll think about that. How's that being fair? Okay. Well, a happy Valentine's Day to...
Again of church.
Huh?
I thought the church, the e-bike.
Oh, you don't have it on charge?
No church, so the...
That's their responsibility. Tell them. Tell them. Not your job. You just tell them to put the charger on. Gotta teach your kids some responsibility sometimes. Have you talked to Barb? Barb? Oh, somebody's saying they're Michael's sticker. Who's Barb? Yeah, this ain't Michael's sticker. Somebody's fucking with me. Tell me something that only you and I know, Michael, if that's you. Tell me something that only you and I would know. Michael sticker. Talk to Barb. I don't know a Barb. Never knew a Barb. And it ain't Michael's sticker. If that's Michael's sticker, tell me something, I don't know, that only you and I would know. What was the name of the building complex you lived in Mount Vernon? What was it? But I don't know a Barb, unless my eyes are bad. Am I reading right? It says Barb. Some of these characters remind me of Bart Simpson. Oh yeah, particularly one. Yeah, but that's not Michael's sticker.
Yeah.
Are you lonesome tonight? Come on, Mr. Sticker, prove who you are to me. Name something that only you and I would know. Could be anything, an event, it could be, I don't know. Who was Fico? Who was Fico? Fico. Who was Fico? Nice try. How about what event happened to you down from CBGB's one night? Uh-oh. Is that a skeeter?
Then consider flying. Oh.
A fly. Don't want to beat me up or something here. You got that pesky fly? One of those big lizards were out there earlier. I was listening to it. I was saying, I hope he doesn't stain at a window, wherever the hell he is. I don't want to hear him all night.
Yeah.
2 frogs got away. They were big ones, too. They were just too fast for me. We're going to have to go on a really serious hunt tomorrow or sometime. But happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there. If you got a special Valentine, maybe Papa, you could buy yourself some chocolates or something, or a blow-up doll, and give her some candy, and just make believe, you know. Live in that little fantasy world of yours. Oh, especially Ricky, yeah. Oh, Larry says some of these characters remind me of Bart Simpson. He says, especially Ricky. No, well, Homer Simpson, actually, would be Barry. The belly and the balded head and, the features. Yeah, that would be him now. Okay, the guy who calls himself Michael Sticker, prove yourself. Prove yourself. Tell me something that only you and I would know. Only you and I would know. I give you one chance. Otherwise, I'll put you on block here. And I don't know anybody named Barb. Well, actually, I did. In Seattle, actually, I dated a girl named Barb. But you had nothing to do with Seattle, so you wouldn't know Barb anyway. I wouldn't go anywhere near Manila, Laughing Larry. It's not my place. Oh yeah, Ricky is actually. No, he's more like Fred Flintstone. You think he's more like Barney Rubble? Barb or Beers? That's something I discussed on here once. But you never lived in Seattle. If this is Michael Sticker, you never lived in Seattle. Just a troll that was listening to my old shows here. I mentioned a few people on here. Yeah, I did know of Barb Beers, absolutely. I don't know how you would know that. Well, Michael Sticker wouldn't know that. There's no way Michael Sticker would know that. There's a whole different era of time. Just has to be a troll on here that was listening to some of my shows. Because Michael Sticker would have no idea who Barbara Beers was. Not at all. Because Michael never lived in Seattle. Lived in New York. I wouldn't know where Barb lives in New England. And I hope she has a good life. But no, Michael Sticker would not. That's why I know it's not the real Michael Sticker. Because Michael Sticker would have no idea who Barb Beers is. He would have no clue. Not one clue. Because we haven't talked for a very long time. He has nothing of any personal knowledge about anything in Seattle. Because he's never lived there. I'm sure he's been to Seattle visiting at some point, but he's never, ever came across to me in Seattle or met me in Seattle or knows personally anything about my life in Seattle. So that's definitely not Michael Sticker. Just some very observant person that likes to take notes. But it is interesting that this person who calls himself Michael Sticker knows the name Barb and her last name and where she might be living right now. That's interesting in itself. Somebody's just a note taker. Because I can't think of anybody in Seattle that actually would even know Barb Beers that I knew, really. It's not like I was actually even dating her, really. But it's interesting to hear that anyway. Somebody took the time to really take notes. I'm impressed. Laughing Larry says, in the shoe polish hairstyle. Give me one more hint, Mr. Sticker. Give me one more hint. Tell me something else that only you and I know. But that's the question I asked you, something you and I know. You would know nothing about Barbara Beers unless you were just a YouTuber listening to some of my stories on here in the past. Something only me and you know. That was the question. That was the question. And here's a question you would know. What was the name of the Nigerian student that you got along with really good at New York Tech? That would be one. If you can't answer that, then it's not like the sticker. Oh, I can hear karaoke way out in the distance. Can't get away from that out here, that's for sure. I'm waiting, Michael, I'm waiting. I'm not going to be on here much longer, so answer the question. Who was the Nigerian student that me and you used to talk to all the time, but more so you? What was his name? What was his name? I'm still waiting. I'm only holding on here because of you. Oh, I bet you could hear that karaoke from here. The fortunate thing is I can't hear it much in the house. Thank goodness for that. Valentine's Day, tomorrow. Maybe I'll do, maybe I will do a short recording or live on that. Maybe I will, maybe a recording. Maybe for that day I'll do it. And then I think from that day on, we should kind of give us a break for a while. Let's just go through this court system, do what we have to do, get the shit over it, let everything fall where it's going to fall, and move on. Maybe it's an opportunistic time, maybe it's an idealistic time to do so. Okay, Michael, that's the last question I have. But you're not answering it. If you're Michael Sticker, you would know who I'm talking about. But you don't. And let me see, who do I know in Seattle that would know Barbara Beers? I can't think of anybody I actually know that would know Barbara Beers that I hung around with. I actually don't know. Let's see, who would know? Tony, the Filipino guy? No, not really. I really don't know. I don't know actually anybody that knew Barbara Beers other than myself. Quite a lady at the time. And last memory is a tight t-shirt she had on saying, life, is this how good my memory is? Life is like riding a bicycle. I remember that one. No one outsmarts Fred. No, he's not outsmarting me here. This is just someone that takes notes, lots of notes, and remembers just about everything I've ever talked about on here. Yeah. And I wouldn't know where Barb is living. I have no reason to be in touch with her. The last time I seen Barb, she was working on the Ave. Working in the U District. What's the U District, by the way? Why do they call it the U District? That's a good question. I'll go 2 more minutes. Mike, you got to answer these questions. Who was the Nigerian student at New York Tech that you used to talk to quite a bit? He used to talk to him on the phone sometimes too. What was his name? Clock's ticking away. What was his name? Think hard now. The guy calls himself Michael Sticker. That's not Michael. No, that's not Michael. We'll leave it off at that. No, that's not Michael. He tried to pull that me on last time. And when he first came on, I'm thinking, wow, could that really be Michael? Then I thought about it. And he wasn't exactly very communicative. It never answered some of my questions even then, where this guy came on here and introduced himself as being Michael. So obviously it's not Michael. It'd be nice to talk to Michael, actually. Catch up on a few things, but that's not Michael Sticker. Okay, we concluded that is not Michael. Okay, let me get off this thing. I gotta wind down. That music in the background is going to get me too charged up. I'll pop my Benadryl tonight. That's a good note taker. Interesting, they'd bring up Barb. Quite a gal, Barb. She was quite a gal. Quite a gal. She indeed was. You'll have to trust me on that. Okay, let's see how far Barry can go without putting comments out or getting on his phone. Now, according to him on Saturday, I don't know, supposed to be taking his shit. I don't know, maybe they're transporting him to, no, I didn't think about that either. Until now, actually. Maybe he's saying this now because he doesn't want anybody to know that he's maybe going to wind up in a prison cell. Ah, that would make sense. If that was the case. His girlfriend coming over to take his belongings. Because you can't take everything to a prison cell. How interesting is that? What is really going on here, folks? What is really going on? You never know. He's not going to admit that. He wouldn't want me to know that, but I'll find out sooner or later if that was the case. Know what I'm saying? I think you know what I'm saying. All right, I'm out of here, man. Tomorrow will be a wonderful day. Valentine's Day. Had our anniversary, 9 years together. Kit's birthday is tomorrow. Also, lots of festivities. There'll be a good meal for the evening. We'll have some cake for the birthday also. Yeah, we're going to have some fun. So, shall I say this is my last show? Let's have it. No, wait a minute. I said that I was going to do maybe a little recording on a little bit of the highlights of the anniversary of Rabbity Valentine's show. Maybe we could do that. Then we'll call it quits on that point. How's that? Unless I find out he actually goes to jail, I'll definitely do a show about that. As I said, man, shit happens. What goes down, goes down. Either way. Shit happens, you deal with it, and you move on. And, Barry, don't speak for my girlfriend. You can't speak for her. What she's willing to do or not willing to do. No matter where I am, she will be with me, one way or the other. Keep that in mind. A house is just a material thing. And I think Barry was saying something like, she ain't gonna want to be away from her kids. Well, she doesn't have to, really. Just live in an Asian country if I had to, if it came down to that.
She'd go back and visit for a week, go back and forth. She's done it before. She lived in Brunei, working in Brunei once. She did it once, she could do it again. What's that? Laughing Larry. Doesn't pay to pay rent at your age. Well, prior to owning any houses, I've always paid rent. I was a renter more than I was a homeowner for the best part of my life, really. Building a house is a smarter move. Building it up? Nah. I'm too old to start thinking about building another house. Although we could. But if I'm living in another Asian country, I don't know their laws. So I don't think there's a chance to do that. But I'm well ahead of myself here, though. We're not there yet. Okay, so we established that's not Michael. That's time to go. Okay, guys, take care. I'll see you on the next broadcast. There will not be one tomorrow morning, unless all hell broke out loose or something. But no, there won't be a morning show. We're going to give this thing a little rest. Let's go on with our little legal matters on here with that special guy and just kind of move on. And what happens down the pike happens. I'm not going to predict the future, but I got a pretty good idea where it's going for him. That I could say. All right, Popeye, you can go back to doing your bingo, whatever it is you're doing, man. Nothing more to say. Everybody go back to your homes. Nothing to see, nothing to see. Nothing to see. A nice try, the guy who claims he's Michael Sticker. He couldn't answer the pertinent questions. There you go.